Hello, world. My name is Borzakar, but most of my friends just call me Boris. I apologize for always wearing this hat in every single video that I make. Fact is, I have an insanely large forehead that I am incredibly insecure about, but it's whatever. Um, this is my very first venture into social media ever. Like, quite literally, ever. I streamed on Twitch for like a couple weeks and did a little bit then, but that was years and years ago. But um, this is the first time that a moment um, has come along that demands our attention like this in a very long time, and a quiet space, a steady voice, and I think it's a story worth telling. I'm here to talk about the first House DOGE subcommittee hearing, a serious thing that's got me thinking hard and deep. This isn't a casual chat, it's a reckoning, a chance to wrestle with what's real and what's possible. I've leaned left my whole life, decades of it, carrying the flag of ideals that never quite lit a fire under my ass. Um, Inspiration felt like a stranger until now. This is my first video, maybe my only one, because at 48 years of age, I've found something I've never had before, and that's hope. Not just a whisper, but a belief, a firm and unshakable belief that things might actually be turning towards better things. And not only for our country, but for the incredibly bruised um, rest of the world. I believe we're on the edge of something better and good, genuinely good. I'm not the guy with any kind of golden answers. Um, I'm just an average guy. Um, the only advantage I have over anyone is an insane amount of time to analyze and try to put things together. Years of it spent hunched over the torrent of what's out there. Legacy media, headlines, late night broadcasts, what few influencers or celebrities that seemed to have any clue whatsoever about what was actually going on, and not just pushing their own personal agendas. And from analyzing enough sources and sifting through enough static, um, the best that I have been able to, I chased the signal, found some clues that continued getting stronger and stronger, that added up to something I can stand behind. For the first time in my life, I believe we're headed somewhere brighter. Not just here, but everywhere. Excuse me. But there's a weight I carry now. I've never voted, not once. I leaned left, for sure, all my whole life. But I always told myself my ballot wouldn't tip the scales, that the machine wouldn't turn on without me. Um, when I was young and stupid, I was young and stupid, and by the time I was able to even begin to start to put enough pieces together to feel like I had a somewhat informed decision. I felt like the system was going so strongly in one direction that it was just impossible to influence it with one ballot. I've been a bystander, and for the first time, I wish I had been counted in the last election. The mention of the war on waste, a $36 trillion debt we're all tethered to. And I heard this recently, and I can't get out of my head that we were referred to as indentured servants. And I know that conjures up a lot of horrible images, but in a loose sense, it is not inaccurate. So um, I really wish that I had. Part of me wishes that I had been that I had voted in the last election, but part of me also still knows that I did not have enough information at the time to make an informed decision. And now we know why. And it's a hard truth, and I'm laying it out there because it's a part of my story, and I have a feeling that there's a lot of people out there that had the exact same experience. Um, but what's at the heart of this video, though, is what happened on February 2nd. The DOGE subcommittee stood up. Pardon me one more second. And it vowed to confront chaos, pure chaos, and evil, like of the type that we read about but never imagined could be possible. Improper payments, billions, which is seemingly turning into trillions, bleeding out through fraud and negligence, Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, and the military industrial complex, which is, of course, necessary, but it needs to shrink, and it needs to be managed, and it needs to have smarter people doing so than we have had up till now, apparently. And the Republicans are fierce, and they're insisting that we stop treating our treasury like an endless faucet, while the Democrats counter uh, some, they call it a ploy, a sharp edge poised to slice away what holds us together, all to fuel Elon Musk's DOGE vision. Elon Musk is not in the room, but his presence looms. It's tangible. Um, Honestly, it's a good thing, in my opinion, at least, that he's not there, because that way it forces them to focus on issues instead of an individual. Um, but I'm not here to pick sides. I've always leaned Democrat, but I've no idea what I am anymore. So it's up in the air, and I'm as confused as any of you. Um, but I'm here to think it through, to see what's real. And here's what I've got. Waste is crisis. $2.7 trillion lost since 2003. And that's not a glitch. It's a betrayal of trust. But the skepticism holds weight. If you cut too fast and too blind, you risk gutting the good with the bad. And I'm no analyst. I'm just a guy who spends more time than most chasing the truth through the noise. And I actually see a spark for the first time. I promise it's the last time. But for the first time, I see a spark. Like, it's dim, but it's there. And I believe we're asking what counts. Are we spending right? Are we building something that's going to endure, that's not trivial, something that's a foundation? And it's got me believing we might pull this off. But let's not fool ourselves. It won't be clean. If this takes root, if we start fixing what's broken, it's going to hurt. You don't reshape a system this vast without fallout. It's not just going to be growing pains, it's going to be growing volcanoes. It's going to be growing uh, explosions, ruptures. Jobs are going to be lost, structures are going to be shaken, and innocent people, the ones that never asked for this, that get caught up in the upheaval when it all hits at once or over. It definitely has already, and it seems like it's going to continue for at least the near future. But that's not pessimism. In my opinion, that's the cost of motion, or could be the cost of motion. And this entire thing is an opinion piece. I'm not trying to preach fact. I'm not. Everything here is just how I see things. And I feel like I feel like it's a message that needs to be heard. So, um, yeah, also, changes this profound don't just glide in, they break through. But maybe that's a price worth paying. After 48 years of leading left, watching us sidestep the tough calls, stack debt. I'm sorry, my mouth is extremely dry. Stack debt on tomorrow and hope for miracles. Maybe the break is what forces us forward. So here I am telling this story because I believe it matters. I've chased enough threads, heard enough voices, and I believe we've come to a pivotal point in this timeline that does not seem to want to keep going in any kind of coherent straight line whatsoever lately. Um, and if I'm wrong, at least I said it, and I didn't say it alone. My best friend in the world, Grims, which is obviously not his real name, although that would be pretty cool. Um, he's been my best friend for almost 2 decades now, and uh, he's supporting me in this, and he's the kind of guy who always made me feel like I was on training wheels while he'd already invented the motorcycle. I wouldn't have the courage to put this out there without his support, his voice bouncing off of mine, and his beliefs are different enough from my own, uh, to make it hopefully clear that I'm not just pushing my agenda, that I welcome conversation. I apologize for the length of this intro. Once I got going, I had a hard time stopping, so I hope you enjoy the very long format, and much longer than I would have liked it to be, but I felt that it was very important that it stay in one piece as much as possible, and that chopping it up into little pieces would dishonor the memory of this moment in history. So, once again, thank you for everything. And to everyone listening, look around, because for once it feels like the pieces might just be falling into place. Across the world, things might finally be getting better. And one last final thought. Something occurred to me a couple days ago, and it's been bouncing around in my head over and over. And imagine if you were able to imagine again. This is Borzakar. I welcome conversation, and I hope to talk to you soon. Thank you very much, and enjoy the show.
Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. Also, for today's hearing, Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Connolly will each be recognized for 1 minute after me and the Ranking Member provide our opening statements. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Articulate.
Good morning.
Actually leading
Today,
this
we begin the first hearing on the Oversight Subcommittee on DOGE. This committee will be laser focused on bringing full transparency to waste, fraud, and abuse within the federal government and presenting the plans to fix the tremendous problems we expose. We as a country are $36 trillion in debt. That is such a stunning amount of money. It's absolutely staggering to even comprehend how we as a people, we as a country, found ourselves here. This is not a Democrat problem. This is not a Republican problem. This is an American problem. Correct. To make it clear for everyone, not only are we $36 trillion in debt, but the compounding interest on our debt is also growing out of control. Even if we decided to defund the entire federal government, we cannot escape our debt and the compounding interest owed on our debt, which grows bigger and bigger every year. In 2025, interest payments are projected to be $952 billion, which is more than our entire military budget. In 2026, it will be $1 trillion. And by 2035, $1.8 trillion. Over the next decade, total interest payments are projected to be $13.8 trillion. These interest payments don't serve a single American. They don't build a bridge, a road, provide disaster relief, or fund a single part of the behemoth that is the federal government. These interest payments pay our masters who own our debt, and the American people are in debt slavery to everyone who owns our debt. Our crippling national debt and massive...
There's actually something that I heard recently that was an interesting thought. And my father, who's alive to this day and is 78 years old, so he was born right around the time we went off the gold standard and when the military industrial complex was born, pretty much. So that's been his whole life. whenever I try to convince him that things are actually potentially starting to look better, he actually gets angry with me for even suggesting that things could get better because he's lived his whole life that way. So,
Yeah.
um, I think that represents a large percentage of people that were born in that time period, which is the vast majority of us, to be, perfectly honest. So,
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to not look at our progress, and at least in America or the Western world, and not see that things are getting better in a lot of ways, at least socially. But there's been some dips and downfalls, um, some backslides for sure. But I think in general, progress of society marches on. But it's, I don't know, with what she's talking about with the national debt and with interest climbing, it is a scary cliff that we are approaching. Because at the end of the day, it's just basic math. When you have debt that's growing as much as we have, with just reckless spending in all directions, um, getting to the point where interests could surpass income, that's not sustainable, and that's the recipe for bankruptcy. And on a governmental scale, that's not possible because that's the downfall of that society. So we're not going to let it happen, but it's also
she's
kind of effed
also
up that it's gotten to that point
she's
where it's a
also
potentiality.
she's also pointing out the statistics behind what has been happening, and we're about to see what is actually happening. I hope, at least to a point. So, um, she's painting out the worst possible scenario, which is unfortunately seemingly true. Um, but we will. I don't know.
I mean, it's a
Um,
potential inevitability without change. And that's the whole point of, hopefully, that's the whole point of DOGE and this committee and President Trump's direction, is that change will happen. But there's a lot of mistrust and, quite frankly, founded mistrust in everybody here in Trump based on his last presidency.
because everybody's afraid. Everybody wants to be happy, but they're afraid to be. So we need to take it from wanting to be happy
to believing they can be happy, and finally giving people a deep seated faith that better things are coming and sooner than one might think.
and that is something no government has been able to do for a very long time. There has not been a truly inspirational government in a very long time. I am a 48-year-old man that has never voted in my life because of the fact that I was never inspired. I was moderately inspired when I was young, but honestly too young to vote. There is one president that I kind of wish I had voted for at the time, but I was too young. I was too busy being young and stupid to be bothered with politics. Um, but I don't know. I've always been a perpetual optimist, even to the point of annoying those people around me. And I genuinely am starting to believe, not just hope, but believe that things are getting slowly better. And it's just going to have a significant amount of growing pains.
Yeah. I hope you're right.
But that's honestly way more than I wanted to way more time than I wanted to spend commenting on one thing. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and carry on.
Right on.
Growing interest on our debt will destroy us, not destroy one political party or the other. It will destroy all of us together. It drives inflation, making life unaffordable for Americans struggling to financially survive. It is crippling small businesses struggling to be successful. Our massively growing debt and interest are the chains and shackles harnessed to every American and their children and every generation to come. But first, let us be brutally honest about how this massive debt came to be in the first place. It came from Congress and from elected presidential.
One quick point, just super fast, of concerning what she just said, concerning that how the American public have been treated, pretty much been since we've been taken off the gold standard. The American public has almost been, I heard this recently, just in the last couple of weeks, and I can't remember where, but it compared the American public in general as in being subjected to indentured servitude. And that actually kind of blew my mind.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
because you are being forced to work to survive according to the system's rules. And that is cool. It's not, I mean, it may not be the exact same definition, but in my mind, it's close enough to be scary enough to, concern me.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, that's where the overspending and all that has to be reined in, because ideally we'd get to the point where, with proper efficiency, with only paying for programs that are beneficial to the American people and the taxpayers who are funding them, we could get to a point where the taxes we pay, we have the confidence in the taxes we pay, where it doesn't feel like an indentured payment.
Well, you have the confidence in your taxes that you're paying that it's going to trickle down and benefit you enough where you actually feel like you are contributing. You feel like you're seeing the results of your labor and not just feeding the profits into pockets that don't deserve it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's see that. All right, here we go.
Administrations. And I believe enslaving our nation in debt is one of the biggest betrayals against the American people by its own elected government. The American people's anger over this betrayal is what gave birth to the concept of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. In fact, DOGE became a major part of President Trump's campaign and led to his overwhelming victory in November. Every day, Americans go to work. They run businesses. They have to earn their paycheck. No one guarantees it. And if they don't do a good job, they get fired. They also have to pay their bills, credit card debts, balance their checkbooks, and scrap and save every penny they can in order to plan for that rainy day and hopefully retirement one day. Private businesses only survive on hard-earned income by serving their customers so well that their customers pay them for the services and products they consume. If that business fails, its employees lose their jobs and paychecks, and the owners lose their business and everything they risked along with it. Many go bankrupt in this process and lose everything. No one bails them out. They only survive by excellent customer service and smart financial management. This is the real world that most Americans live, work, and survive in every day. This is the pursuit of happiness, and this is how you pursue the American dream. However, the federal government, government employees, and unelected bureaucrats do not live by the same rules as the great American people and private businesses. The federal government's income is the American people's hard-earned tax dollars, their literal blood, sweat, and tears. And taxes are collected by law at gunpoint. Don't pay your taxes and you go to jail. The federal government does not have to provide excellent customer service to earn its income. It takes your money whether you like it or not. And federal employees receive their paycheck no matter what. Whether veterans receive their benefits or not, whether your mail shows up or not, and whether your tax dollars are used to help Americans in need or sent to foreign countries, for foreign people, for foreign causes. No matter how bad the federal government fails the American people, it still takes your money. It still pays its own federal employees, and it never, ever goes out of business. There are no consequences for bad customer service, total failure, and for enslaving the American people against their will in the ever-growing and future all-consuming national debt. Congress has a dismal approval rating that ranges between 12 and 20%. I don't blame the American people one bit for their sentiment and disgust. The American people will be watching this committee and how we tackle one of the biggest problems of our time. While we are a committee made up of the opposite far-reaching corners of Congress, we were each elected to serve and represent the American people and how their hard-earned tax dollars are spent. We as Republicans and Democrats can still hold tightly to our beliefs, but we are going to have to let go of funding them in order to save our sinking ship. This is not a time for political theater and partisan attacks. The American people are watching. The legislative branch can't sit on the sidelines. In this subcommittee, we will fight the war on waste shoulder to shoulder with President Trump, Elon Musk, and the DOGE team. This week, we turn our attention to improper payments by the federal government, including in Medicaid and Medicare. I'm looking forward to what we find out and how to solve this crisis. I now yield to the ranking member, Ms. Stansbury, for her opening statement.
Okay, I have a lot to say about what just happened, but it's pretty easily summed up. The bullying tactics, and I believe she said at gunpoint to make a specific reference to mafia-style tactics that are being employed by our own government. And that is honestly the way it is. You pay your taxes or you go to jail. There is no wiggle room. That is the way it is. There is no compassion. Well, very little. Okay, I'm not going to say no compassion, but very little. But I believe she just basically was trying to say that the United States government has been run like a criminal enterprise that has been bullying a lot of different groups of people around for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, they've forgotten that they're beholden to the American people. They act like they're can do no wrong. They do what they want, and we're just going to keep paying because that's what's required of us. And it's this committee hearing has been interesting for me to watch because for most of MTG's political career, I have not agreed with anything she said. But I can acknowledge my own bias in the sense that I've, at least in President Obama's presidency and Trump's first presidency or first term, I leaned further left than I do now. And I consumed most of my information through the late night comedy shows and maybe some CNN and stuff, but in general, it was through the optics of the Democratic Party. And one of the rude awakenings for me in this last election was the extent of that feedback loop on either side and the importance of breaking free of that feedback loop and trying to get information from the source so you can better parse it, because it can't necessarily be trusted if it's split up into a 2-minute contextless video that is meant to target or politically assassinate somebody. So, like with her in his opening remarks, the majority of what she said at face value is accurate. The government has been spending too much money. It's factual that waste and abuse has occurred, but it's also dangerous to just blindly trust her intentions or Trump's intentions or Musk's intentions, because while what they're saying is important and is what our government needs for true change in a positive light to the American people, it's there's been too many areas of misrepresentation and abuse on both sides. So why would we just blanketly trust them now? But it's important that they're bringing light to it and talking about it. This is the first time in a long time, if ever, that I've heard politicians
There is going to be no
acknowledge and
blanket.
address it.
There is going to be no blanket trust because there's obviously corruption on both ends of the aisle. It's right now. It's the Democrats on the defensive, and the voices that are yelling the loudest are either the people that are just the people that are the most scared for one reason or another, and the Republicans are either content and happy in their victory, so their ego is either sated in some cases, or they believe that they're going to be able to start doing genuinely good work. And I think if you pay attention to the body language and the tone of the people that are speaking in this hearing, it's pretty clear, well, what's the case? I mean, which is the case and for which person. There are some that are a little more vague, and I think those are reasonably explainable from.
Yeah.
But we're gonna do so, and this is an extremely long commentary so far, and if we keep this up, this video is going to be extremely long. So,
well, one more thing before you go. So the important piece that stood out for me in her opening monologue was, yes, she's accurate. What she's saying true is, for the most part, true and needs to happen. But also, I don't know what the written intentions of this committee is. To me, a government oversight committee for DOGE says they're going to keep DOGE in check and make sure that illegal activity isn't happening and make sure that it's fully transparent to the American public. And one of her final sentences was, we need to stand shoulder to shoulder with President Trump and Musk in going forward in these actions, which is a bias saying that the committee needs to do what they want. And that's not acceptable to me if that's her intent in that statement. If this is an oversight committee, they need to be not stand in the way, but also not just blindly allow whatever happens to take place in the idea of it.
I believe very strongly that the vibe of this hearing is overwhelmingly in favor of DOGE.
Yeah.
And the purpose of one of the reasons I felt so strongly about making this video, this is my first YouTube video ever. I don't do social media. I don't believe in it. I believe it is a blight upon society, to be perfectly frank. And I felt strongly enough about this that I wanted to get it out and into the world. And if I was ever going to say anything to the world, I wanted it to be this. But I'm about ready to continue if you are, man.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to the very first subcommittee on government efficiency. As was said, this committee is tasked under the Oversight Committee with ensuring that the government and the vital services that it provides, from healthcare to national security, actually work for the American people. And this is certainly a topic that we have worked on for many, many years here in the Oversight Committee, in which I personally have worked on as a former civil servant who worked at the Office of Management and Budget. And in fact, for anyone who has ever worked on these issues, you know that there is ample ground for bipartisan work to make the government work better for the American people and to ensure that it operates in a more efficient manner. And in fact, all of us here on the Democratic side are ready to roll up our sleeves and to get to work. And just last week, I had the opportunity to sit down with the chairwoman and to discuss these very issues and opportunities to work across the aisle. And like the chairwoman who shared some of her background with me, I grew up in a working family. I grew up working for small mom and pop family businesses and understand the necessity of balancing the books, making sure we can deliver, and fiscal responsibility. And that's why today's hearing is focused on making sure that the federal government is doing what it's supposed to and digging into the more than $236 billion in improper payments that we see going out the door every single year. And we need to get to the bottom of that. And we need to make sure that we're putting into place rigorous oversight and controls to prevent fraud and abuse, and of course, to go after bad actors. And that is why myself and the oversight ranking member Connolly and other Democratic members of the committee sent a set of bipartisan ideas that we'd like to work on together that would root out waste, fraud, and abuse and modernize and streamline how our agencies deliver vital programs for the American people. These are programs that are important for our seniors and our families and healthcare and the education system. And we need bipartisan solutions to get across the finish line. And we've been trying over the last several years to get these ideas out of this committee, but unfortunately, the committee's priorities have been elsewhere under the current majority. So I hope we can fix that this Congress. But we can't just sit here today and pretend like everything is normal and that this is just another hearing on government efficiency. I mean, all you have to do is look across this room and see that it is not a normal hearing. Because while we're sitting here, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are recklessly and illegally dismantling the federal government, shuttering federal agencies, firing federal workers, withholding funds vital to the safety and well-being of our communities, and hacking our sensitive data systems. In fact, while we were here discussing government waste on the House floor yesterday, Elon Musk was standing behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office with the president, and the administration was making emergency court appeals to try to unlock his team's access to the Treasury payment system, which they claim they are using to study improper payments, which is the topic of this hearing. But here's the thing. The Treasury payment system, which includes Social Security information and bank accounts for millions of Americans and data that's critical to national security and the operation of the US government, and payments that go out the door annually equal to almost a fifth of the US economy, is not where the payment decisions are made, because that happens inside the agencies that are currently being dismantled. And the people who actually investigate waste, fraud, and abuse at these agencies are the inspector generals, who Donald Trump fired his first week in office in a midnight massacre. So we have to ask ourselves, what is really going on here? Why did Republicans block Elon Musk from appearing before this very committee last week? Why is the administration so eager to allow Elon Musk and his hackers to have access to proprietary and private information in the Treasury payment systems? Why are our colleagues across the aisle shielding them as they are clearly breaking the law? And why is the vice president trying to rewrite the US Constitution by tweet and undermine the judiciary? So obviously we're in the oversight committee and we have a lot of questions, and so do the American people, especially while our colleagues across the aisle are trying to scoop up the savings from the dismantling of these agencies to pay for the largest permanent tax break in American history for billionaires and the folks that they're helping on their side of the aisle. So let me close by saying this directly to Mr. Elon Musk. We are well aware that you are eager to engage with members of Congress on social media, but we're not here to play. If you have serious desire to engage in democracy and transparency, we welcome you to the Oversight Committee. Come and testify in front of the American people under oath, because we want to know what you're up to. So if you're interested in talking to us, then please join us here in the People's House in the House of Representatives. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, that I'm actually going to need your help covering all the topics that were just said, because I did watch this once before, but she bounced around so much. First of all, this woman obviously has a lot. She's passionate, and she obviously means well. I don't sense any malice or nefarious intent at all in her words. However, I think she is just not just, but she is an example of somebody that is scared of these systems that are fundamentally flawed to their roots, that need to be disassembled and reorganized by people that are far smarter than anyone you run into on a regular basis. I know this is putting a lot of trust into Elon Musk and his crew of people at DOGE, but for the first time, every single person I've seen speak that is involved with that group speaks with conviction, passion, and like they actually care. That is something I have not seen very often from their opposing side, from everybody arguing against them. And that's all I'm going to say about this particular one, because I think very few people are actually bad people. I think I think the old thing, very few people ruin it for the rest of us, is exactly what has happened in the United States. And I think the positive energy and the free flow of information is shedding enough light on enough shadows that the vast majority of that is going to go away, and quicker than people think. Yeah. And that is a huge reason. That is one of the biggest reasons that inspired me to make this entire video. So, and honestly, if I haven't mentioned this already, Grimm's is just here for literally moral support, and because his views are different enough from my own that I wanted him here to bounce ideas off of and get a slightly different perspective. So
yeah, no worries, man. It's good to be here. As for, I wish they would put the names up, because I'm not sure who this is talking, but for me, she's clearly passionate about her side. It seems she seems truthful in that she actually wants to clamp down on government spending and actually clean this up, and she seems willing to work with DOGE, but she wants it to be more transparent, or she keeps saying that they're illegally doing it. I don't know if that's accurate. I'm not a lawyer, so if that's true, then yeah, they need to be doing it legally. They can't be.
Well, they have said that
telling the
everything
truth
they
about
have been
stuff.
doing is public record, but that's just
Yeah.
what I heard. I have not done any research into that myself.
She's clearly coming from a standpoint of I don't trust them enough to just give them carte blanche at these organizations and to say, yeah, we're just going to shred them just because I don't like what they're doing. And she wants some accountability, and she's trying to establish accountability in this oversight committee as the co-chair or opposing chair or whatever their title is. I forget what Marjorie Taylor Greene said. The point is that she's trying to maintain some oversight. It did feel a little bit like she was challenging Musk to come to the committee more so to get him to say something under oath that they can then use, which is not cool. I think if he came to this committee, I don't think that there would be truly unbiased questions and remarks towards him. I think it would be kind of an attack to try to get him to slip up. So when he says something that isn't true, they can use it as another example of failure.
I want you to
communication.
remember that word, attack.
Yeah.
It's going to come up more often than I like.
Well, that's what's frustrating for me, because I've watched this video before too, and that's what's frustrating for me with this is, as a Democrat, the Democratic Party has given we're at war vibes and very rarely speaks to acknowledgement of an issue and let's work together on this issue. It's more it's like they can't give any credit or credibility to Trump or any of his cabinet, so they have to just
they create smoke screens.
Part everything.
The habit for at least like the last decade is let's create a smoke screen away from the actual topics, and the American public was suspicious for a long time, but now that it's actually been proven, that's what I meant mostly by them losing all credibility, and they're gonna have to they have a long ways to go. I think they can earn their credibility back, but it's going to take more than I can possibly imagine off the top of my head right now. But
yeah.
You ready to continue, sir?
Yeah, go for it.
The gentlelady yields. President Trump signed an executive order on his first day in office called Establishing and Implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency. The EO simply renamed an office in the White House that was actually established by President Obama in 2014 called the U.S. Digital Service. President Trump can have Elon Musk into his Oval Office anytime he likes. I now recognize the chairman of the Oversight Committee, Chairman James Comer.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman Greene, for holding today's hearing to launch a war on waste. President Trump won an electoral landslide with a clear mandate from the American people to eliminate Washington waste and stop the theft of American tax dollars. And he is delivering on his promise. President Trump has empowered Elon Musk and DOGE to conduct a government-wide audit to identify solutions to curb waste and protect tax dollars. That's exactly what the mission of this committee is supposed to be. And I'm glad that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have found a newfound interest in waste, fraud, and abuse. With a staggering $37 trillion in national debt, we have no time to lose. A key place to start is improper payments. Since 2003, the government has lost $2.7 trillion because of improper payments. Fraudsters, organized criminals, hostile foreign actors, and even government employees have siphoned money away from those who truly qualify for assistance. For years, Republicans and Democrats on the Oversight Committee have condemned this waste. But now that DOGE is taking real action, Democrats are choosing to defend the bureaucracy and status quo instead of standing up for the American people. I want to thank Chairwoman Green for holding this very important hearing, not only to expose the problems, but to find solutions. We stand with President Trump and DOGE in the fight to end waste, fraud, and abuse in Washington. With that, I yield back to Subcommittee Chairwoman Green, and congratulations again, Chairwoman, on holding this first hearing of the DOGE Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. I feel like didn't really add a whole lot to the conversation.
Yeah, I don't think we need to stop on him too long. He's just acknowledging. He's lending credibility to DOGE's expedited plan and why it needs to happen quickly, adding to the fact that our debt is insane and needs to be corrected quickly. And yeah, that's fine.
Well, all right, well, continuing on. No, that did not just happen. I will fix this very, very quickly. Okay, there he is. Okay, that has to be close enough.
Back to Subcommittee Chairwoman Green, and congratulations again, Chairwoman, on holding this first hearing of the DOGE Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the ranking member on oversight, Mr. Connolly.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for having this first hearing on DOGE. Improper payments is not a new subject. I remember joining Steve Lynch and then Todd Platts, Republican member from Pennsylvania, in my freshman year, talking about improper payments. At that time, improper payments were in the range of $35 billion a year. They're now in the range of $280 billion a year. And times 10, we could cut almost $3 trillion from the debt if we addressed improper payments in a deliberative way, which GAO has called for in the high-risk category for years. We can also, secondly, enforce the tax code. It's estimated that at least $500 billion a year is left on the table uncollected but owed because of lack of resources in the IRS. Again, times 10 is $5 trillion over a decade. And finally, we can modernize federal IT systems, which we've championed for years on this committee. We know that legacy systems alone could save hundreds of millions of dollars a year in operating and maintenance costs. So if we want to be serious about it, let's be serious about it. But the way not to do it is to fire the people charged with the remit of waste, fraud, and abuse, namely inspectors general. President Trump has already now fired 19, including most recently the USAID inspector general, who dared to warn that we could lose $500 million of food aid because it's in warehouses not being moved because of the funding freeze that was imposed in AID. That's a cost we need to avoid. And for doing his job, that IG was fired. If we want to be serious, we've got to have objective, neutral inspectors general who are monitoring government waste, fraud, and abuse and expenditures. And I think you would find Democrats more than willing partners in that kind of enterprise if we're going to be serious. But a wrecking crew, a wrecking crane, a wrecking ball is not going to do it. And we're not going to support that approach to waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields.
So this was interesting to me because the Democratic side has been really pressing hard on the firing of these inspectors generals or whatever. But the frustration for me is they acknowledge the waste, fraud, and abuse. They acknowledge the now many decades of said waste, fraud, and abuse. But then they claim that firing the people that are responsible for going after this waste, fraud, and abuse is not the way to do it. Well, if these people have had the power to counter it and to clean it up and to stop it, but haven't, why would we keep them around? Like, nobody talks about that, but it's like they fire all these people who are supposed to be the people clamping down on this shit, but they haven't clamped down on this shit. So bring some new ones in. Don't remove the title. Like make it. It's just so weird to me that they constantly harp on this shit and they talk about it like these people have been the saving grace.
I mean,
for these departments, and there's
when the
it hasn't happened.
When the trust in the legal system begins, I mean, when that even becomes a thing, then if you hear that a few justices have been removed from power, then it almost implies that they were implicit. Now that's just how it seems from the outside, with very little actual info. I haven't delved into that kind of stuff too much, but that at least makes sense to me, and I can see a lot of people making that connection. So why would we trust an existing judicial system that is proving to be, at least, okay, maybe not proving, but seeming to be corrupt? So something obviously needs to be fixed.
I don't think that that's what they're talking about, is specifically with the judicial system, though. I think the inspectors generals are like the oversight role for all of these departments to ensure that waste, fraud, and abuse doesn't happen. And because it is happening on grand scales to sums that are absolutely unacceptable, I don't care that they're gone. Like, maybe I'm wrong in my ignorance of their role and what they have accomplished. Maybe we would have 40 trillion.
Maybe I just misunderstood the role of an inspector general in the first place. I thought they were.
Yeah, I don't think it's judges. I think it's like it's either its own department of a bunch of inspectors generals that are assigned to different government departments, or
okay, I understand. I think those departments. Now that you point out that, yeah, I think I understand. At least I have now a rough idea of what they actually do. But I don't know. Maybe a lot of people out there may have made a similar. When I hear the term inspector general, for some reason that makes my mind goes to the judicial system. I don't know why.
I could be wrong. I am not well versed on that area of government, so I have no idea. But
well, even if it's not actually associated with it, that's kind of where my mind goes. But maybe I represent a very small percentage of the population. I don't know. Either way, I think we are ready to continue.
Yeah.
The President of the United States has the prerogative to fire anyone that has overseen $36 trillion in debt, enslaving the American people. Exactly. And rightfully so. I'm pleased to welcome today's expert panel of witnesses who each bring a unique experience and expertise that will be valuable to today's discussion. I'd first like to welcome Mr. Haywood Talcove, the Chief Executive Officer for Government at LexisNexis Risk Solutions, Inc. His commitment to customers' needs allows LexisNexis to develop market-leading solutions that have enabled customers to stop fraud, waste, and abuse. Next, we have Mr. Stuart Whitson, the Senior Director of Federal Affairs at the Foundation of Government Accountability. Stuart was previously a special agent in the FBI, a U.S. Army veteran, and now spends his time at FGA advocating to improve welfare, the workforce, and other policy. Next, we have Ms. Dawn Royal, a certified welfare fraud investigator in the state of Wyoming and director for the United Council of Welfare Fraud. She advocates for investigating and preventing fraud of government benefits and has done so over the past 16 years. Finally, we have Mr. Dylan Hetler-Goddett, the Director of Government Affairs at the Project on Government Oversight. Dylan leads advocacy efforts and policy reforms to a wide range of good governance. I thank each of our witnesses for being here today, and I look forward to your testimony. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Mr. Talcove for his opening statement.
Chairwoman Green, Ranking Member Stansberry, and distinguished members of the committee. For over a decade, a silent war has been waged against American taxpayers, not with bombs or guns, but with data and technology. Outdated government systems permit.
I hate to pause it after this gentleman already began speaking, but I just want to point out once again, I know I've already said this once or twice, but I want to focus on not what people are saying, but how they're saying it, the tone of their voice, the conviction, the level of conviction in their voice or lack thereof. Just each individual in this hearing has their own personality, rather distinct personalities. And I found it rather interesting, the variety of people that are represented. I'm not an expert, but I have a lifetime's worth of analyzing myself. And I like to think that I am at least a moderately good judge of character. So I just wanted to remind people that, especially since this is a very long video, we're probably going to remind people of things from time to time. Just pay attention to more than what people are saying. Actually listen to things. These days, how often do you actually go out in public and talk to somebody for more than 1, 2, or even 3 minutes at the most? The ability to read body language and tone and interact with people is sadly becoming a lost art. And this, I think, is a good example of something that could be used as a little bit of a learning tool in that regard. But that's all I really wanted to say on that.
Right on.
So without further ado, I will stop wasting everybody's time and hit play.
Criminals to access unlimited sums of money. During the pandemic, they stole $1 trillion. 70% of those dollars went overseas. Shockingly, it's just not criminals exploiting the system. It's the flawed system itself acting as the accomplice. If left unchecked, the U.S. government will continue to lead the world in funding cyber criminals. This is a data and technology problem, and it demands a data-driven response. Criminal syndicates have turned benefit programs into their personal ATM machines, exploiting those in need who wait months for benefits that may never come. These ruthless crooks use our money to fund child trafficking, disperse drugs in our communities, and terrorism. For years, criminal networks have stolen personal information from the public and private sector. They exploit real identities to manipulate antiquated government systems, siphoning off billions in taxpayers' hard-earned money. We continue to pay benefits to deceased and incarcerated individuals, direct money to bad actors flagged on the do not pay list, and overlook duplicate Social Security numbers by not following best practices. During the pandemic, a simple cross-check of PPP loan recipients against IRS records would have exposed massive fraud and prevented payments to transnational criminals who sold their quote-unquote sauce on the dark web. To stop this, we must reclaim control of our systems, not just from the criminal syndicates, but the flawed systems enabling them. Smarter technology, data, and identity verification are not optional. They are necessities to protect taxpayers and ensure aid reaches those who truly need it. Now, the use of AI is fundamentally changing society, but in the hands of criminals, it has become a weapon. Lawbreakers are now using it to supercharge their war on taxpayers. They use AI to create fake identity documents that pass biometric verifications. Bots flood portals with thousands of fraudulent claims per second, and deep fakes that mimic real applicants bypass the outdated NIST 863 standards from 2017. Honest and deserving people seeking access to government benefits suffer through endless application forms that are nearly impossible to navigate. But criminals from Russia, China, and Romania gain access with ease. The private sector has fraud rates below 3%. Meanwhile, the public sector operates at a 20% fraud rate. The solution is clear. It's already used every day to protect consumers. You seamlessly interact with your bank through an app that verifies your identity in milliseconds. There's no excuse for the government to lag if we do the following. Number one, implement identity verification on the front end. Criminals should never receive a dime. Eliminate self-certification. No more honor system for billion-dollar programs. And continuous auditing. Keep verifying because criminals never stop adapting. Pay and chase does not work. Of the $250 billion stolen in pandemic unemployment fraud, less than $5 billion has been recovered. The idea in government that you cannot have speed and security is fiction. I urge Congress to consider making the following legislative changes. Number one, update the 1974 Privacy Act to allow for data sharing and matching. Number two, fund a budget for fraud prevention in each appropriation bill. The USDA spends 1/20th of 1% on fraud prevention. Mandate that individuals caught stealing from entitlement programs pay hefty fines and are removed from the program permanently. And finally, eliminate broad-based categorical eligibility. This committee has a choice: continue losing this war against criminal cartels and nation states, or fight back and save $1 trillion annually. Fraud prevention is not benefit prevention. It's the key to ensuring that every dollar reaches those who truly need it. Hardworking Americans rely on these programs not just to survive, but to build better lives for their families. When criminals exploit the system, they just don't steal money, they steal opportunities. Stopping fraud isn't about denying benefits, it's about protecting them. This crime has two victims. The first are the taxpayers, and the second are those seeking benefits. The fraudsters, cartels, and criminal syndicates are watching this hearing, I'm sure of it. It's time to show them that America will not fund its own destruction. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Do you want to start off on this or me? I've got quite a bit to say about it, but
I think everything he said sounds accurate, but I'm also, as a recipient of student loans and having to deal with Navient and Sally Mae and the other private sector organizations that gained government contract payments, I don't trust companies' ability to work well with government contracts like that. So to me, with that in the back of my mind, I hear him doing a sales pitch for his company to get the government to give him a contract to update security and infrastructure, I guess, digital infrastructure. And I would hope that we would look at all options and not just be like, oh yeah, this guy's on the committee and he's saying things that are true, but he gets the contract and it's going to be a bloated contract because that's how government works. Yeah, I don't know.
well,
What are your thoughts on him?
I see a lot of that. I definitely recognize all those points, and I can see where you're coming from. But the overall vibe that I'm getting from DOGE in general, is that they're going to eliminate as much wasteful spending as possible. So,
Yeah.
like I said, I'm the optimist to the point of faultiness. That's optimist to a fault. And this is something that I myself am very skeptical about, but am trying my very best to lean in the direction of hope that this will fall into the company of people falling in line because the status quo is changing. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of how the changes happen, there's going to be a flurry of opportunistic hunters trying to get a piece of the fresh out of the oven pie. So,
well, yeah, but that also brings up something that I was intending to mention earlier, but I believe that the light of information is going to expose enough shadows to eliminate enough corruption to the point where it will have less of an influence on the world, to the point where it might actually become manageable, except perhaps in extreme cases, which I don't even like to think about, and nobody does. So, anyway, that was a little bit more of a deep thought than I intended on this guy. So, if anytime you're ready to continue, bro.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Talcove. I now recognize Ms. Royal for her opening statement.
Good morning, Chairwoman Green, Ranking Member Stansberry, and committee members. My name is Dawn Royal. I'm a certified welfare fraud investigator, two-term past president, and a current director of the United Council on Welfare Fraud. The United Council on Welfare Fraud is a national professional organization dedicated to protecting the integrity in our nation's public assistance programs. We are the only national organization singularly focused on the detection, prevention, and prosecution of welfare fraud. For too long, agency bureaucrats have pitted citizens' access to welfare programs against the integrity of those programs. Access versus integrity should never be an either-or dichotomy. We can all agree that access to public assistance is crucial. America's citizens should not be hungry or deprived of medical care because of their inability to pay. However, making sure vulnerable citizens have access to these welfare programs should not mean that we simply turn a blind eye to integrity. We do not pursue the prevention, detection, and prosecution of if we do not pursue the prevention, detection, and prosecution of fraud, taxpayers become the victims as the welfare programs become slush funds for anyone wanting to supplement their income with SNAP benefits, absolve themselves from the financial responsibility of medical bills, and using Medicaid to further taxpayer exploitation by taking advantage of cash assistance, energy assistance, childcare, and other social welfare programs. One example of a welfare fraud is a case that I investigated that was criminally prosecuted last year. The applicant mother failed to disclose her children's father as well as his employment and income on multiple applications she submitted for Medicaid, SNAP, and low-income energy assistance. The co-defendant father worked a steady job, earning a six-figure salary, and provided an enviable lifestyle for his family, including vacations, luxury vehicles, snowmobiles, motorhomes, lavish gifts, including one from the wife to the husband, which was a $1,200 bottle of bourbon. Evidence we presented at trial included a candidate registration forms filed by the defendant father when he ran for town council and later mayor of the town where he declared he lived at the same address provided by his wife on her public assistance programs. This was a case of greed, but it emphasizes how easy it was for these criminals to make false statements on applications in order to receive benefits from multiple programs that they were never eligible for. I could spend the rest of my day providing countless examples of how taxpayer-funded programs are exploited, and the message would be the same. Investigators continue to be hamstrung by antiquated regulations, conflicting directives from federal agencies, and the lack of access to technology. Sadly, investigators have also found themselves at odds with the career bureaucrats who recite watered-down facts about fraud in order to promote their political agendas. Specifically, we can look to the career bureaucrats who have historically claimed that the fraud rate in SNAP is less than 1%. The disregard for the value of integrity is evidenced by the less than 1/20th of 1% of the SNAP budget spent on the prevention, detection, and prosecution of fraud. As part of Medicaid unwinding debacle, the bureaucrats specifically directed states that they, and I quote, cannot recover or recoup the cost of services from a beneficiary, even if they have been found after an administrative hearing or criminal proceeding to have committed Medicaid beneficiary fraud or abuse, end quote. Sadly, it is already apparent that career bureaucrats are not being totally transparent as they attempt to protect spending and broken programs. We fail to understand how mitigating the rampant fraud in Medicaid, SNAP, and other welfare programs stands up or strengthens the welfare programs. Fact is, the opposite is true. Ignoring fraud and gaslighting fraud statistics erodes the very foundations of the programs that are essential to their future viability. There are things this committee can do to help the investigators fighting the war on fraud. Number one, eliminate self-attestation in the application process for all programs. Number two, funding for technology that includes identity verification tools that will help prevent fraud. The current pay and chase model is not sustainable. Number three, immediately implement the National Accuracy Clearinghouse, the NAC, that will provide data to states to prevent duplicate participation in all of the social welfare programs. And four, allocate direct funding with mandates restricting the use of the funding to the prevention, detection, and prosecution of fraud. In closing, we're at a crossroads. Those of us who have firsthand knowledge of the degree in which public welfare programs are being attacked know that reform is absolutely necessary. Reform to the recipient application process, the billing process in Medicaid, and how SNAP benefits are processed, and how providers and retailers are authorized. We thank you for the opportunity for UCOF to participate in this hearing. We feel that the investigators who are on the front lines fighting the daily battle against the war on fraud need to be at the table and participating in the development of action plans that will make a difference in protecting the programs and defending the taxpayers.
Okay, I'd like to go first on this, if you don't mind. Okay. Something I meant to say about the previous gentleman that spoke to her left was he touched on the need to update outdated systems in order to help prevent fraud because criminals are extremely smart. People like to think they're not, but they are. It's a push, it's a tug of war with the people fighting them and the criminals, with our government and other governments and the criminals. And it's just that's how it works. We improve our tech, they improve our tech, and it goes back and forth. Now, the private sector is much better, magnitudes better at preventing fraud than the United States government, simply because they've had to be. It's a necessity, otherwise the world would be a drastically different place. We need to get the United States government up to the standard that is used in the private sector. I think that's something that a lot of people misunderstand. Yeah. I think that people think that means that the private sector is going to have unlimited power or even too much power over the restructure of the systems of government, like the Department of Education, for example, that was closed and is not coming back in its original form. It's going to come back in a new iteration,
and it's going to be hopefully more efficient. I suspect that will be the case. I hope that will be the case. I believe that will be the case. Otherwise, I would not be here making this video. And I think that both of them speaking, I think she spoke, the fact that she spoke after him was a strategic bonus. They accentuated each other's points nicely, and I thought they kind of drove home their points, but I'm going to leave it up to you for the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean, she seemed sincere. She seemed knowledgeable in the subject of fraud and ways that might help mitigate or eliminate it. I think we need people at the table helping with decisions like that. But I would still err on the side of caution and not give carte blanche to any individual organization that's coming forward with the potential disguise of assistance and not the potential intent of being the one that takes on that contract if it goes to the public sector. Because I think there's going to be a lot of scrambling, and there's going to be a lot of people that are, or a lot of groups that are either going to restructure and reorganize to meet whatever the new foundation's demands, but not necessarily with true altruistic for the people intentions, but just to create a new system that works for them.
I think
way.
I think that altruism may actually, I mean, I know this sounds weird even coming out of my mouth. I can't believe I'm saying it, but I believe that altruism may become forced on the private sector to some degree if they want to maintain good relations with the United States government. I'm not
assuming that the foundations are put in place by people that have that intent, and that's where this committee falls in. That's where the fear in Musk's motives are. That all this whole conversation is surrounding that core importance, because it's,
and this is where my perpetual
part of it.
And this is where my perpetual optimism comes in, because I want this. I want positive change, and
that's where I'm at too. I want all of these people to succeed in their currently stated objectives, not succeed in subtext or context. I want them to. I want this to be a positive change for government and for the people, because it'll reinforce people's opinion of government in general if this works, and if this restructure happens with the intent of benefiting taxpayers. But there's a lot of room for abuse.
I agree,
so
and we'll
see what happens.
And that's where the light of information needs to be maintained and keep as many of those shadows as possible from creeping out.
Yeah.
But all right, I believe we should proceed because we are only.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Thank you, Ms. Royal. I now recognize Mr. Whitson for his opening statement.
Chairwoman Green, Ranking Member Stansbury.
Before this guy starts, I just want to say,
you're a big fan of the dude on his right, I know.
No, thank you for the spoiler, but that's not what I was going to say. This guy needs him or his partner need to help him choose better taste in ties. You do not pick a tie that makes you do not pick a tie that makes you look like a candy cane. I'm sorry, dude. But it distracts away from your face, and he may have been really trying for the red, white, and blue thing, and it went away, even though he's still missing the blue. But I don't know, man. I just
Poor guy.
I try to
This
focus
is the
on.
only tie. He's nervous as heck to
I
in front of
guarantee this not his only
original
tie. Don't
committee.
give me. There's no way
The
that's his
original
only
tie.
tie. That's no. It takes away. I try to look at people in the face, and it distracts from his face. For me, at least, I'm weird. I know in many ways, but yeah, I just wanted to anyway. Here we go. Sorry about that, folks.
Members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. On the campaign trail, President Trump promised to take on the bloated bureaucracy in DC, rebuild trust in the DOJ and the FBI, crack down on waste, fraud, and abuse, and restore common sense. And on day one, he started delivering on those promises with a wave of executive orders and the official launch of DOGE, which he, of course, tasked Elon Musk to lead. Already, DOGE efforts have brought to the public's attention countless examples of wasteful spending, including $59 million paid to luxury hotels in New York to house illegal immigrants, $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. The list goes on. But rather than applauding the work of DOGE, the left has launched a coordinated campaign to try to demonize Mr. Musk with the hope of shifting focus away from the disastrous waste, fraud, and abuse that occurred on Biden's watch. But guess what? It's not working. Because no matter what political party people hail from, the vast majority of Americans agree that $10 million worth of food funneled to Al-Qaeda was probably not the best use of taxpayer money. But there's another source, a key source of wasteful spending that DOGE and the subcommittee should set their sights on next, and that's Medicaid waste and fraud. While initially meant as a program for the truly needy, Medicaid has bloated into a massive welfare program for millions of able-bodied adults lured into the trap of government dependency. And as Medicaid has grown, so too has mismanagement. Today, more than $1 in $5 spent on Medicaid is improper. In Medicaid alone, fraud and mismanagement is on track to cost U.S. taxpayers, get this, more than $1 trillion over the next 10 years. When it comes to the problem of improper payments, the Medicaid program is the biggest culprit, encompassing nearly 1/3 of all federal improper payments. And more than 80% of Medicaid improper payments are due to one thing: eligibility errors. If Congress wants to help President Trump address wasteful spending, then targeting eligibility errors in Medicaid should be one of your top priorities. Bottom line, to address this challenge, Congress can take 3 decisive actions. So first, Congress can strengthen the Medicaid program through legislative action. That would include repealing Biden's disastrous Medicaid streamlining rule, which ties the hands of states trying to remove ineligible enrollees. You can and should do this through reconciliation, and it will produce $164 billion in savings if you do. You can also strengthen verification requirements to ensure only eligible individuals receive benefits and ensure a nationwide NAC is implemented without delay. Second thing Congress can do is help President Trump's DOGE effort by ensuring that entrenched partisan bureaucrats don't stand in the way of reform. So Musk and his DOGE team have already found hundreds of billions of dollars funneled into wasteful, fraudulent, and flat out insane projects. But they've only scratched the surface. If this much fraud has been exposed in just a few weeks, imagine what else is buried under layers of red tape and government excuses. But guess what? All of these insane projects have one thing in common. They were all approved and funded by unelected bureaucrats. And these and other entrenched bureaucrats are already pledging to fight against President Trump's efforts to improve government accountability and efficiency. Personnel is policy. And without competent staff to faithfully execute the president's agenda, the DOGE project will fail. And this is where Congress can help. Congress can support the president in carrying out his DOGE effort by making all executive branch employees at will, codifying the president's authority to fire unproductive or insubordinate agency employees as needed. At the same time, Congress can grant the president authority to permanently eliminate vacant positions and consolidate non-essential positions across agencies and departments to help promote efficiency and put the right people in the right seat. The third thing, Congress can make President Trump's DOGE cost-cutting and deregulatory reforms permanent by passing the REINS Act. And so there's only one big problem with the DOGE effort. Most of its work can be undone by a future president with a stroke of a pen. To make President Trump's DOGE reforms permanent, Congress must act. And the best way to do this is to pass the REINS Act. This would return Article 1 budgetary power of the purse to Congress while promoting deregulation. It would also help lock in the DOGE reforms and cement President Trump's legacy as the most consequential deregulatory and cost-cutting president in U.S. history. The American people are watching. It's time for Congress to act. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Do you want to start off on this one, man?
This one's kind of tough for me to hear because the language that he uses is targeted and intentional. I think it's
Leading.
clear where his biases are, but it's not that he's necessarily wrong in some of his points, but because he's accurate in a lot of what he's saying, but his way of saying it, it's clear that he's speaking to people watching this committee, and it's kind of cringy, to be honest. But what do you want to say about it?
So you feel like he's not speaking to the American public or about anything horribly relevant. He's just...
I think he wants a seat in one of the departments, and he's in a job interview in his mind. Is the vibe I got from his body language and the language that he's using.
I had a couple other
That could be a mystery,
smaller...
but
I got a couple other smaller vibes from him, but nothing that I feel like wasting time with here. But so I'm just gonna hit play and see what happens next.
Mr. Whitson, I now recognize Mr. Hetler got it for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Green, Ranking Member.
Okay, one last comment about the guy that spoke before this gentleman. I just felt like the passion wasn't there. He was just talking like he was like, you know, kind of a job interview. But this guy, I want to talk about this guy for a moment. This guy is the single most influential person in this entire hearing, and for multiple reasons.
in your opinion,
In my opinion. Okay, absolutely. In my opinion, he is not only incredibly intelligent, knows how to talk to other people, came in here with a plan. You can tell he's possibly a little nervous. It's hard to tell, but it looks like he's just a touch nervous. So he's obviously not, he's probably not even comfortable being in this space. For anybody that doesn't know, just look at him. He's not just wearing sunglasses inside. He is blind. And that means that the amount of balls that it took for this young man, he's not that young, obviously, but he is a young man, to come before this hearing and speak like he does. I mean, it speaks volumes to his character. And if you listen to him speak, I mean, he speaks like somebody that, you know, actually has a decent moral compass. And the reason that I think that he is so impactful is because he takes away certain weapons that the opposition has. He forces, he helps control the tempo of the hearing. They're unable to be as aggressive with him as possible, or as they normally would with a just any other average person. But he's obviously highly intelligent, knows what he's talking about, and he is allowed to control the tempo of the conversations with him. And it's obvious that the opposition treats him with more respect. And I think that was a brilliant move. And I'm just going to throw this out there. I can't imagine it being the case. I do not question the fact that he's absolutely blind. But imagine the lore that would like exist if Elon handed him the glasses right before he came in. I don't know. That popped in my mind at one point, and I just found it incredibly amusing. It's 99% sci-fi, but I just thought it was amusing for a moment. Anyway, I'm going to shut up and hit play here. I apologize for the rant.
For Stansberry and members of the subcommittee. My name is Dylan Hetler-Gaudet, and I am the Director of Government Affairs at the Project on Government Oversight, or POGO. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you here today to talk about the critical issue of bringing more accountability and transparency to federal spending, including rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. Since our founding in 1981, POGO has been focused on promoting more accountability and rooting out wasteful spending and promoting efficiency, especially at the Department of Defense. We have a long and well-established track record on these issues, and we take a back when it comes to promoting a better and more effective government, which necessarily includes a federal government that is a good and responsible steward of taxpayer dollars. Let's take a moment to pause here to talk a little bit about terms that we're going to hear a lot today and the difference between them. Waste is different from fraud. Fraud is different from abuse, and abuse is different from both. When we talk about improper payments, they are a subset of those other three categories. But that doesn't tell us the whole picture either. Sometimes improper payments are a function of bad record keeping. Sometimes they are a function of outdated information technology systems. Sometimes they come about through human error, and sometimes they come about through negligence. There are a variety of reasons why improper payments happen. It just simply is not the case that improper payments are only a function of bad people doing bad things with bad intent. That doesn't mean we shouldn't focus on trying to mitigate improper payments, and that certainly doesn't mean that the American people should not be concerned with how their tax dollars are used. The good news is that there are some time-tested solutions and tools to help mitigate these problems. For example, when we think about the independence of inspectors general, we're talking about a resource that is extraordinarily valuable to the American people. In fiscal year 2023 alone, inspectors general identified over $93 billion worth of potential savings to taxpayers. Whistleblowers are also an incredible resource to the American taxpayer. Through the IRS's whistleblower program alone, billions of dollars have been recouped from tax cheats since the inception of that program in 2007. Whistleblowers have also played an instrumental role in helping the Department of Justice pursue False Claims Act cases that have resulted in billions of dollars in reclaims settlement costs. It seemed to me that if an administration were serious about wanting to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, they would support and resource whistleblowers and inspectors general. They would not demonize them, and they would certainly not fire them en masse in an unlawful midnight purge. There are other reforms we can think about too, reforms that are more technical, but just as important. Key statutes such as the Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act, the Data Act, and critical platforms like usaspending.gov were really important improvements and innovations when they came about, but they are in need of overhaul and reform. Currently, the status quo is that we have an extraordinarily hard time tracking federal dollars from end to end. This is due in large part to a broken chain of data collection, of reporting information, and the ability to monitor and track in real time what is happening with federal dollars. This informational black hole is where a lot of impropriety happens. It's where waste, fraud, and abuse live. And yes, this is where improper payments often happen. But more importantly, we also don't have a good, clear, and consistent way of understanding what is happening with tax dollars at the end point. What is the impact that we're having? What is the return on investment that we're having? We now have an annual budget of close to $7 trillion a year. We can't say with any degree of clarity and consistency what we're getting for all of that money. We have some more good news, though. There are bipartisan efforts, and there have been for years, to try and clean up this situation. We at POGO have had the privilege and pleasure of working on some of those initiatives. We were a part of the Federal Taxpayers' Right to Know Act being passed into law just a couple of years ago, which created for the very first time a program inventory of all the programs in the federal government, and that would be available to the public. We have worked with a member of this very committee, the House Oversight and Accountability Committee, to introduce a piece of legislation that would bring more transparency to federal subaward reporting. We have supported and endorsed multiple pieces of legislation that take direct aim at the improper payment issue. We also have additional ideas that don't yet have congressional champions. One proposal is to clean up and modernize and standardize the award descriptions that are available in USA Spending to make them more useful and relevant. We have another proposal to harmonize the amount of data and information we collect between contract spending and non-contract spending. We stand ready, willing, and able to work with anybody who wants to work with us on these common sense solutions. Lastly, I want to put in a quick word for Congress.
Yeah.
And specifically, I want to
The gentleman's time has expired.
Apologies.
Yes,
I can't see the flashing light.
that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Hetler. Got it. We appreciate your testimony. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions.
You want to start off with this one, man?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's impressive that he got up there without the ability to have notes or just read from a pre-prepared script, or everyone else has had that opportunity. So it's pretty cool that he got up there and knows enough about his subject and passionate enough to, like you said, kind of do his thing and control the room. I thought what he said was important on clamping down on, everything that they're talking about, really. And it's good to hear that there's been a department like his. Like, I think he said it was the 80s or 90s or something that was formed. So that's good to hear that that's already been around. I would ask the question as why it's bipartisan and has been around for decades. How did it get to this level? But
because not everybody in the government is bad. It's not. I mean, this is the ultimate case in history of a few bad people ruining it for everybody.
yeah, I hope that they just take advice of the people that have good intentions and find some solutions that are wide arcing and can set foundations where the next president can't come in and just wipe it all out. If it actually, like I said, I want all these people to succeed in the endeavor of making government more efficient and better stewards of our hard-earned taxes. So
Do you agree so far, at least, with what I said earlier about paying attention to, like, the people that are fighting for this to happen, their body language, their mannerism, their tone, it's positive.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of comes in line with what I was saying about positive feedback loops and talking circles. If you watch current media on the left, it's the shit's on fire, the ship's going down, there's this crazy person at the helm, and just got other crazy people.
That's what makes it so hard to analyze the people on the winning side, because are they just content and happy, and are their egos sated for the moment, or are they genuinely, because you have good and bad people on both sides. You have people on the Republican side that are just happy as pigs in shit, and they're just gloating and they're just wallowing in their victory, and they're happy to just go with the flow as long as it means that they're winning. But there are also that I like to think that is a very small percentage of the actual people out there. I like to think that the majority of the people out there are there because they genuinely want to make the world a better place. And I will pretty much die on that hill until shown otherwise. But
yeah, I think it's important to remember too that those things can coexist. Like our
Well,
MPP
yeah.
is on the screen right now, and she, I promise you, is loving the Dems' misery in this. But I think she also wants this shit to work, and she wants government to
Well,
be more efficient. So I think
Maybe-
both things can be true. I think she's
maybe-
happy to be given a position. I think she's doing a good job so far in her role, but I can't speak to.
Well, maybe they trusted her,
actually
and
think,
maybe
but-
they trusted her to calmly manage the role because they're coming from such a superior place.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, and this is cynical, so maybe it's not in keeping with
And
intent
once
of the
again,
video, but
I am not a.
position to trigger the left.
I pay attention to the news far more than any sane person should, but I am not educated officially in any way, shape, or form. So this is all, once again, just opinion. And why don't we go ahead and proceed with stuff? I think it's about time to hit play here. We've been rambling for long enough. Do you not agree?
No, I say go for it. Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
I'd like to thank our witnesses today for your testimonies and the suggestions that you have brought before this committee. I'd also like to thank Chairman Comer for this opportunity to chair the Historic Oversight Subcommittee on DOGE. Americans are shocked to learn that $2.7 trillion of their hard-earned tax dollars have been stolen or wasted in improper payments since 2003. You see, in the private sector, companies can't continue to run if they keep employees that allow waste and abuse with their resources. But that has continued for decades here in the federal government. Mr. Talcove, do private sector companies have a lower rate of improper payments than the federal government?
Yes, the fraud rate, that the criminals are taking advantage of in the public sector is around 20%. In the private sector, it's around 3%. And it's really because the tools that are used in the private sector aren't used in the public sector. Front-end identity verification, self-certification, and then finally making sure that individuals are who they say they are. If we start using these tools, you will see the fraud rate go down dramatically because for the most part, this fraud isn't taking place by real individuals. It's individuals whose identities have been stolen on the dark web. They use that information pretending to be somebody else. And because of the antiquated systems, processes, and technologies in place in government programs, they're able to steal at scale.
Right. So, Mr. Talcove, we would say that private companies that pretty much have to exist on a 20% profit rate, they're not allowed. They can't continue to be successful if they were to allow their customers' data to be stolen like that and used by criminals. However, the federal government, who can continue printing checks and continue in operation, never fixes its problems because it can't be forced to go out of business. Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
Yes. One of the things I noticed during COVID was the criminals learned that government was the mark because it never runs out of money. And they focus on it at scale. And then the likelihood of getting caught is virtually zero.
I think it's outrageous for Americans to know that their identity can be stolen and then used for child trafficking, drug trafficking, and terrorism, like you stated in your opening statement. Ms. Royal, your testimony states that many programs operate under essentially an honor system in which applicants need not verify their identity, income, residency, or other key eligibility factors. You call this a trust everyone instead of a trust by verify approach. Does this mean the federal government in some states are giving out billions of dollars to individuals without verifying who they are or whether they meet program eligibility requirements?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, I actually want to back up just super quick here and listen to the gentleman's response before that because I felt like it was worth going over.
Never fixes its problems because it can't be forced to go out of business. Would you agree with
I
that?
want
Yes
to
or no?
refresh my
Yes.
mind
One
on
of the
it
things I
before I
noticed during
respond.
COVID was the criminals learned that government was the mark because it never runs out of money.
Mhm.
And they focus on it at scale. And then the likelihood of getting caught is virtually zero.
I think it's outrageous for Americans to know that their identity can be stolen and then used for child trafficking, drug trafficking, and terrorism, like you stated in your opening statement. Ms. Royal, you're
Okay. That is a topic that deserves an incredible amount of discussion. And I'm surprised it was only brought up for literally only a few seconds, because I guarantee you that's going to be a major source of, they're going to find so much fraud there, it's not even funny. The numbers are going to be astronomical. And what I really want to know is how much of that money is going to be able to be recovered in one way or another. But
probably not a lot, unfortunately, but yeah,
well,
it's unacceptable and needs to end.
Yeah, even a little would be
Not a lot
more
to say.
than. Yeah, but anyway, I just thought that they kind of skipped over that rather quickly, and I just felt it merited more attention.
Well, when he first brought up the discrepancies in percentages, my first thought was, yeah, well, part of that is because the government has unlimited funding, and from the context of thief. And so of course they're going to go to that. And when there's more issues with the armor, of course they're going to find, I say it many times, but humans are opportunistic hunters. So if they see a wounded prey that's not going to fight back, that has unlimited meat, they're going to jump on it. So, and that's kind of what's happening right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are quite literally the prey for the rest of the world, but that is one
Hopefully
thing.
ending.
Yeah, I'm optimistic about that changing and quickly. But that's a very
I think
large
part of this
topic.
conversation though needs to be government as a whole is a web of issues, and typically people will start focusing on individual strands. And part of this topic of identity theft and identity security needs to lead over to not just efficiency and fraud, waste, and abuse, but it also needs to be addressed how companies have the ability to collect all of this data and sell it on the dark web, where they're not selling our social security numbers, but if they have, can buy a list of our names and addresses and things that we like, that's
in a perfect world soon, not even in a perfect world, but in a likely world that's on its way for technological reasons, mostly to do with AI. The dark
maybe
web.
I mean, it's not comforting to see the head of Amazon and Facebook sitting behind Trump, because they don't want that to go away. That's their cash cow. So if they're at the table,
I don't see how I don't see how they can maintain the public trust and have the dark web even be a thing still. So I don't.
I'm not talking about the dark web. I'm talking about Facebook's and Instagram and TikTok and all of these major social media companies that collect our data. Any Google, you go online.
Well, I think that
where you're going and who you are.
Well, yeah, okay.
And that ends up on the dark web.
And that's a valid point, but I think that's where the spread of information, shedding light on those shadows as much as possible, will never eliminate that problem, but it will make it, in my once again annoyingly optimistic point of view, it will make it a tiny enough problem to where it will not have enough of an impact on society to do nearly what it's like today.
But that's not the reality of the path that we're on right now. And that's why I'm getting at that point that we tend as a society to focus on individual strands based on buzzwords and videos like this where we're talking about very important things, but it's along one path, and the issue at whole is a spider web of issues that all work together and have cause and effect. And until I start hearing people talk about that,
these issues are somewhat linked enough, though. They're just another reason that we're making this video is because they bounce from subject to subject without elaborating or concluding or coming to any kind of conclusion on subjects. They just address the subjects and then they move on to their own individual subjects. And that is not a creative process. That does not facilitate
well, part of that is the format of the committees, man. Like it's
exactly. I mean,
a pre-prepared statement, and they have to.
Well, I feel like we're getting too far off track here.
Okay.
So I apologize, dude, but I am going to go ahead and continue the train.
Your testimony states that many programs operate under essentially an honor system in which applicants need not verify their identity, income, residency, or other key eligibility factors. You call this a trust everyone instead of a trust by verify approach. Does this mean the federal government in some states are giving out billions of dollars to individuals without verifying who they are or whether they meet program eligibility requirements?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
That's outrageous. Do states have enough incentive to prevent fraud and to recover improper payments?
No, and in fact, states are hesitant to spend their state dollars to protect federal dollars.
Would greater investment in program integrity efforts yield a positive return for taxpayers?
Yes, it could easily be self-funding.
Amazing. Mr. Whitson, your testimony states that both the Biden and Obama administrations issued rules and guidance that made it harder for states to verify eligibility for Medicaid. You say that repealing Biden's Medicaid streamlining rule would save $164 billion over 10 years because the rule restricts eligibility verification that states can perform. Can you explain why this rule is so costly?
Yeah, so the rule does a number of things, but for instance, it prohibits states from verifying eligibility more than once a year. So for non-disabled folks to just go in and look and say, hey, are you still eligible for the program? It says you are forbidden from doing that any more often than once a year. And so obviously people's lives change, and so they may become ineligible. And so it's designed to keep them on the program. Another thing, it prohibits in-person or phone interviews to verify their identity. So people apply for it, and then the person on the other end says, oh, I just want to call and make sure this is a real person, not someone in another country or whatever. The rule prohibits that. And so there's a number of other provisions. It also opens a lengthy reconsideration periods. And this is where illegal immigrants are able to obtain the benefits. And so basically it says once you get these benefits, you can't interfere with it for a 90-day period or longer. And so there's a number of horrible things. But.
So we can't verify if someone is illegal or legal receiving benefits. Just to correct that, yes or no?
You have to wait a state has to wait at least 90 days. And actually what we're seeing is it's led some states to wait as long as 13 years. And so on the problem.
Unbelievable. My time is expired.
Why is that wild, bro? Explain.
Because it lends for abuse and not for control of the finances, I guess. I don't know. It allows people. So this is where it gets kind of tough, because when you read between the lines of this and the actual result of these things, these loopholes and laws and issues changing or being shut down, it's going to yield the result of people falling through the cracks that should need help and don't know how to work the technology, that should need help and get scrutinized or taken advantage of, and not allowed the benefits that they can get, but it also closes the door for a lot of people that are actually taking advantage of these systems. So I don't know those numbers and the number of people that actually are taking advantage of the systems, but I know that any is too many. So it's finding that balance is going to be something that's going to be hard to navigate for anyone that's creating new laws, because as somebody who cares about people and is empathetic to people's on hard times, I don't want people to I don't want the population to be pushed further into homelessness because they lose benefits that are taken away by not meeting very specific criteria. But I also don't want it to be so open that it's hard or impossible for states to prove that these people even exist, and then fraud happens and then money's sent out of the country to people that definitely shouldn't be taking advantage of it. So it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate that restructuring.
Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely understand all that. All right. Here we go. But that, I believe that actually comes up more later, so we'll have another opportunity to talk about that too. So,
well, and hopefully as these committee meetings proceed into the future, like this is just a preliminary one saying, hey, this is who we are, we're on the committee, these are the type of things that we're going to be talking about. Like hopefully they'll get more specific and actually dive down deeper into each of these individual issues. And as more findings happen through DOGE,
we have
we'll be talking about more. So it's not like this is a one-off thing.
So far, this has been a fact-checking hearing so far, but trust me, the drama will ensue.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
For anybody that has not already seen this, the drama will ensue. I promise.
I'm not even talking about this hearing in this video. I'm talking about the committee itself going forward into the future, like days, weeks, months, and years coming up.
All right. Time for us to proceed.
Bird, thank you very much. I now recognize Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, let me congratulate you and also Ms. Stansbury on your new positions. And I want to thank the witnesses for your testimony. We've already heard some good ideas about how to work together. And Mr. Hetler-Gaudette, I, for one, would be most open to working with POGO and trying to work on some of the legislative ideas that you have to actually get at some of this waste, fraud, and abuse. Since this is my first opportunity to speak in this new subcommittee as the representative for the 8th Congressional District in Massachusetts, I want to first of all make clear that my primary purpose in seeking appointment to this subcommittee is for the singular and sacred purpose to defend our democracy, which I believe is under attack in this country, and to uphold my oath to support and defend the Constitution against those who might secretly or openly seek its destruction. Make no mistake, this is a moment for representative democracy. This is a test of our resolve. In the coming days and weeks, we will all get to decide whether we stand with a couple of billionaires who, despite their own financial successes, still harbor such grievances in their hearts that after all that democracy has provided to them, they remain animated by the desire to punch down at some of the weakest and most vulnerable in our society. Two men who clearly understand that the easiest way to incite large numbers of people is to use social media to exploit the dynamic forces of hatred and fear. Madam Chair, if we're going after waste, fraud, and abuse, let's start with abuse. Abuse of power. As of yesterday, there were 55 lawsuits under consideration by the federal courts across our nation as a result of Elon Musk's and President Trump's unlawful acts. Many of those lawsuits have already been sustained by the federal district courts and orders have been rendered to undo those unlawful acts. But this is just the beginning, and Congress has an important role to play. And I, for one, look forward to that opportunity. This is a moment of great consequence for our country and for our democracy, and I remain grateful to the good people of the 8th Congressional District of Massachusetts who sent me here. Mr. Hetler-Gaudette, again, happy to join you on some of your efforts. POGO has worked very closely with our IG community. Is that right? The inspectors generals?
Yeah, that's correct, Congressman.
I know your work is very much similar to what we ask our inspectors generals to undertake. I want to ask you, what do you think? So in the most recent report from the inspector generals, and this is the Council of the Inspector Generals, a nonpartisan group on integrity and efficiency in government, they identified more than $93 billion in potential savings. So the first thing that President Trump did coming into office was to fire 17 agency inspectors general. What can you tell us from POGO's standpoint? What does that do to our ability to identify and root out waste, fraud, and abuse?
Thank you, Congressman. I would say, to put it simply, it completely undermines our ability to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Inspector General exists for essentially one purpose, and they were originally created in the immediate aftermath of Watergate. And I think you all probably do not need me to give you a history lesson at all on what happened in the Watergate era. There's a reason they were created at that time, because there was a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse happening, and there were not cops on the beat that were internal, that were independent, that were situated in agencies to be able to find these things and expose them and do something about them. That's what Inspector General exists to do. So it's completely anathema to, I'd say anathema to any stated mission to find cost savings and to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, to fire Inspector General and to undermine them. It makes no sense. Those two things do not add up.
Thank you very much. The firings that occurred on the when President Trump came to office included the Special Inspector General for Afghan Reconstruction, Mr. Sopko. I actually did over 20 trips to Afghanistan working with him. He actually uncovered $4 billion in savings in rooting out American taxpayer waste being conducted in Afghanistan. The IG at the Department of Defense, the agency.
The gentleman's time has expired. but
Okay.
the
Thank.
witness-
Okay. I have some things to say that I mentioned earlier at least once, how people are afraid of drastic change. And I believe this is an example of not only that, but this gentleman, he obviously means well, but I think he is slightly out of touch.
I don't know if I fully agree, but go ahead.
It's just, no, go ahead. By all means.
I mean, his perspective is not somebody that's afraid of massive change. From just reading his body language and what he said, giving him the benefit of the doubt that he's not just making shit up.
No, that's not what I
His
implied at all.
concern,
No,
I know,
I
but
wasn't.
I'm not saying that that's what you're implying. I know. I'm saying that if what he said is true, then he has examples of inspectors generals that have done good work and have found waste, fraud, and abuse. My original statement and sentiment was that is probably pretty average and accurate across the board for democratic Americans, that this is the first time we've heard that title. This is the first time that, so why do we give a shit? And this is him trying to give examples of why we should give a shit. And he was able to get one example out before he ran out of time. So this is yet another example as a Democrat, looking at someone who is a Democrat trying to tell me, one of not his constituents, because I'm not from Massachusetts, but as a Democratic constituent in the United States of America, why should I care about this potential dangerous act of firing everybody that's supposed to be there rooting this stuff out? I still have the question of, if that was their job and their role, why is it such a big problem if they were doing a good job? And if they weren't doing a good job, as evident by the immense waste, fraud, and abuse, why should they remain in that role? So I don't think he's coming at this as, oh, I'm afraid this is changing too rapidly. He's coming at this as, why are we letting these billionaires wipe out remove the police that are meant to be there to keep this under control? But he's potentially delusional in the reality that they haven't been able to maintain control. So there obviously needs to be some sort of restructuring. But I also understand his sentiment of, why are we trusting billionaires to be the people that do that?
Okay, this is a purely optimistic opinion, and this is stretching the boundaries of my own hopes, not beliefs, but hopes. And my hope right now is that the antiquated systems are being restructured by people that are some of the best people in the world at running businesses. And right now, that is how the U.S. government needs to be restructured. It needs, in order to be competitive against the rest of the world, in order to be, I mean, do I need to say the country that is slightly more motivated than us right now and stands the best chance of causing any potential problems with
and that's apples and oranges, though, because they have absolute control over the government.
With the world coming together. I mean, it's that's more complicated than I really want to get into right now. But I look at this guy and I see somebody that is not. He means well, and he's probably partially informed, but I don't know. I just don't know if he's fully aware of I'm not fully aware. I mean, not even going to come close to pretending to be, but he just strikes me as somebody that might not have enough information to put the picture together. But I could be wrong. I mean, I often am.
That's his complaint, though, is that he doesn't have the information because it's not given to him. He sees what's happening.
Well,
with the firings of all these people, and he wants to know why, and then he gets the answer.
Okay, well, in that case, I changed my opinion, and it seems to me now that he is a genuinely good person being kept in the dark by people who don't want him to know certain things. I mean,
well, that's the issue and the point of this committee, though, is that the Democratic Party, they keep harping on this, and all it would take is someone from DOGE or Trump to say, we recognize the importance of an inspector general position. We just don't see the way that the previous inspectors generals have done their job. It hasn't been done properly because of the clear evidence of waste, fraud, and abuse, assuming that there actually is clear evidence. I don't know. This is all going off of what everyone is just telling us. But
yeah, I mean, there's too much
conceding to the fact that there needs to be somebody that is in power that isn't. Because part of the problem too is, so what they're saying here is, okay, we fired all these people because they fucked up and they haven't done their job, is what the Republican side is. And then the Democratic side is, well, you can't fire them because they're meant to be an oversight. They're meant to be there to control that. So you firing them means that they're beholden to you and your position, not to the taxpayers in controlling this waste. And the Republican side is like, well, that's right. They are beholden to me and my position has the power to do this. So what are you going to do about it? And the left is like, well, that's scary because now if you hire new people that are in these positions, that sets a foundation for anyone who is in power over their jobs can control the level of oversight that they maintain going forward into the future. And that's what he's trying to fight. He's trying to be like, if we're going to come to the table and say that we're fully transparent and that DOGE is going forward with full transparency, they need to be more adherent to this committee. They need to be willing to have people in place that they don't have power over that can police these whatever agencies are left after the purge. There still needs to be someone that's can prove waste, fraud, and abuse that most certainly will continue in some fashion, hopefully nowhere near the scale that it has been. But right now, the Republican side is like, no, we can do what we want. These people didn't do their job, so they're out, and we may or may not put somebody else in. And if we do put somebody else in, we want them to be under our power and under our control, which isn't necessarily nefarious
Yeah.
in the act itself, but it sets the foundations for more problems and abuse going forward.
Well, yeah, no
And that needs
Democrats.
to be challenged. That's
No, none of
he's
the
right.
like the entire Democratic Party is not evil. The entire Republican Party is not evil. I just think that we need to drastically minimize the effect that the influence that the Republican Party and the Democratic Party have over how the United States functions as an economy and as a business overall. I think that they need to be reduced to a think tank that does nothing but think, and then bullet points are made and considered, and those turn into laws and amendments and every other form of edit to our our society.
Yeah.
That's my
And
personal
that's what
opinion.
Congress is supposed to be. It's supposed to be the think tank of the people, but it's captured by corporate interests. And until these guys start talking about that, a lot of this is fluff for me.
It's fluff, but it's fluff with enough substance to spark the imagination of the world right now.
Yeah.
So that's the whole reason
It's
we're here.
when I say fluff, I don't mean to imply that it's not important or shouldn't be
It's
happening.
unsubstantiated.
Yeah, until we see it. That unfortunately, the benefit of it being so rapid is that it gives the perception that change is actually happening for once, and that's a good thing. But the counter to that is that because it's so rapid, it's leaves a lot of room for opportunistic hunters to pop in and carve out their own space in the new foundations. And that's dangerous.
I think we need to proceed.
Yeah, that's fine. Bye.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back. Thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you.
that. Thank you.
I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For far too long, DC politicians have gotten away with measuring their personal value and worth by how much of other people's money they give away. And for far too long, they self-righteously have opined that this spending was for altruistic purposes given out of care and compassion. For far too long, they've been more concerned with looking like they cared than having enough care and concern to actually do the due diligence to ensure that the tax dollars were being used wisely and effectively. And for far too long, those of us who've worked to uncover waste, fraud, and abuse have had to deal with what amounts to an unconstitutional fourth branch of permanent bureaucracy that has too often worked to ignore, obfuscate, delay, and frustrate our efforts to bring transparency and oversight. Over the last few weeks, the DOGE effort has begun to uncover not only how massive the waste, fraud, and abuse is, but also the extent at which DC politicians and too many obstinate bureaucrats have coordinated to create what is essentially the largest money laundering scheme in history. And while Americans have been working to make ends meet, they have been using taxpayer dollars to fund unnecessary, egregious, and even evil things here at home and around the world. Thankfully, in DOGE, we have a president bringing the leadership needed and a focused effort, along with the talent, technology, tools, and transparency to this waste, fraud, and abuse. And to those who would stand opposed to this effort, I would just point out, while it's understandable to find waste, fraud, and abuse that has grown and metastasized in this government even over decades, certainly accelerated over the last few years, to continue to protect it is corruption. I want to thank the chair for beginning this war on waste on this side of Pennsylvania Avenue and bringing together this committee. This effort is so important as we work to relieve the Americans people of this burden of waste, fraud, and abuse. Mr. Talco, you mentioned in your written statement and talked about it in your statement at the beginning that this waste, fraud, and abuse is a national security threat. And certainly one of the challenges facing us, it is a national security threat, is our fiscal situation. And so we have got to find ways to find savings to the American people in order to bring confidence to the bond markets, to put our country on a fiscal footing, and to reverse the curse, so to speak, that we are placing on our children and our grandchildren. You mentioned a couple threats, though. You mentioned internal threats. You said that these cases involve government employees, individuals entrusted with administering benefits who, instead of using their positions to approve fraudulent claims, override security controls, or even sell sensitive claimant information for profit. Now, this is not every federal employee for sure, but within the context of people who are trying to give their best effort, we have an internal threat. But you also mentioned transnational fraud rings, terrorist organizations, nation states, North Korea, nuclear weapons programs funded by our tax dollars, China, Nigeria, Iran, Romania, Russia, not our friends necessarily that are being funded by taxpayer dollars. Could you give us some examples of how this is happening?
God, yeah. So when you think about what happened during the pandemic, $1 trillion was stolen. 70% of that money went overseas.
I want to stress how important what people are about to hear is, because this goes to show just kind of the tip of the iceberg of what they've shown so far. So here we go.
And I can give you some examples. In a Western state, they had more people applying for unemployment insurance benefits than they had individuals over 18. The people that were stealing the money from Romania were using it to facilitate other fraud schemes that include fentanyl, that include doing things to impact our democracy. On the insider threat, right, the first thing you have to say, and my dad was a public servant, is 99% of people that work in the public sector are honest, hardworking individuals. But there are some, and what you need is data and technology to root that out. There were examples during the pandemic. There were some examples even of last week where people got into the Medicaid system in a Western state and stole $50 million in less than 4 months. So you have to have these controls in place, right? These aren't individuals stealing, Mr. Cloud. These are organized criminal groups, both domestic and transnational.
That, as you mentioned, taxpayers are being forced to fund the demise of our own country. Mr. Whitson, I wanted to ask you, because there's a lot of talk about reconciliation right now. You mentioned Medicaid and what could be done to bring a pretty substantial amount of savings, and this is without affecting those who truly need Medicaid and for what the purpose of the program was extended for. Now,
The gentleman's time has expired. Does the witness want to answer the question?
No, only to
quickly.
say that, yes, there's a tremendous amount of savings that can be found from the streamlining rule, but also work requirements in the program is another big area that can be done in reconciliation. And could save a significant amount as well, $241 billion in federal spending over 10 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to add anything to that, man?
Not really. There's a lot to be said there, but it's, I don't know, kind of, it's the same. It's the number of times that guy says waste, fraud, and abuse is alarming to me. That makes me feel like even I've been parroting the statement, and when you hear the same phrase over and over and over in any public speech, that's intentional. And coming from somebody that is potentially pushing a narrative, that needs to be paid attention to. But
okay, I agree with that 100%. But the gentleman on the right there in the red tie, well, in the one that doesn't look like a candy cane, his explanation of there is a difference between waste, fraud, and abuse, a big difference. Okay. And I'm not going to go into each individual one. I shouldn't have to, but
waste, fraud, and abuse, that's kind of like waste is the lesser evil, fraud is the middle evil, and abuse is, you know, things that deserve punishment most likely. So,
Yeah.
anyway, it just sounds maybe it sounds a little more disingenuous coming from the guy in the middle, but I don't know. I think he's just trying to do his job as best as he can.
The reason why those phrases have to be paid attention to is that there's a lot of gardeners in this room and they're planting seeds. And so when you are part of the general public and you watch something like this and you hear that back to back to back to back, and it's coming from a side that you inherently agree with because they are on your side.
Yeah, you're just talking about subliminal. I can never say that. Subliminal buzzwords.
Yeah, that's gonna be regurgitated going forward as a new buzzword. There's 3 new buzzwords, and so when you hear that, that can become dangerous because these are the trappings of opportunistic hunters. This is somebody who's planting a seed like that. So when discussions start to shift to, okay, we're talking about Medicaid or Medicare abuse. Important, yes, needs to stop. However, when that gets painted into a wider brush, that's like, okay, well, now Medicare is so fraught with it, we're just going to get rid of it and let the private sector take over while we figure something new out, and then that new never shows up. That's not a reality yet, but it has to be
excuse me,
anticipated as a potentiality to counter it if that becomes a talking point.
I don't know how I ended up this way or when, but my brain for a long time now has been trained to actually dislike buzzwords, and it actually turns me
I was
off.
cringing by the 3rd time he said it. Yeah, it was.
I
couldn't hear the rest of his statements because that's all he said.
We need to figure out why this is and to make it less of a weapon on the masses. But anyway, all right, here we go, bro. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Well, thank you. Thank you to all of our witnesses for being here. And I want to just start off by making something clear. I think we're all here to fight against the lies, the corruptions, and the attacks on our social safety net. Now, we should in no way be cooperating with House Republicans who want to shut down the Department of Education and destroy Medicare and Medicaid. And we should not stand by as the richest man on the planet gives himself and his companies huge tax cuts while the American people get absolutely nothing. Now, I find it ironic, of course, that our chairwoman, Congresswoman Green.
Okay. I'm trying to let each individual person speak fully before discussing what they're talking about, but this guy bounces from subject to yeah. He's got a lot of aggression. He's
passionate about what he's saying, but it comes across.
I don't want to use the word aggression. Guy is coming at us at warp speed, and I feel like, you know, it needs to be addressed bit by bit. So let's
on our social safety net. Now, we should in no way be cooperating with House Republicans who want to shut down the Department of Education and destroy Medicare and Medicaid. And
okay, this is the fear. This is fear talking. I'm not gonna sit here and say this guy is a bad person in any way, shape, or form. I think he is representing his constituency that believe that are scared, and rightfully so. They're parents with children, and the Department of Education just got shut down, and this is happening and that is happening. It looks like the world is burning. But listen, for the rest of this hearing, and I mean, we haven't heard very much of it so far, but for the rest of this hearing, keep continuing to pay attention to people's body language and their tone. The people mainly Republicans, are actually talking. They're conversing. They're discussing about they're talking about what needs to happen. This man, however, is just yelling. He's not offering constructive criticism. He's just yelling at a castle wall that is never going to be like it's just like I was talking about earlier. But anyway, he's just yelling at the universe because he's scared, pretty much, in my opinion. And well,
yeah. I mean, there's more to it than that, but I hear what you're saying.
There's always more to it, and I just don't want to. Like, we are going to review this entire video again with a friend of ours that we wish could be with us tonight, but that will go farther in depth, and it will have more perspectives and point of views. But tonight, we're trying to keep things at least a little short as possible, which is proving to be more difficult than I thought. So I'm going to go ahead.
That's the downside with long format, is it's like just in general, this committee's format of 5 minutes per person is not conducive to true conversation. And
which is
we're beholden to that due to time constraints in the same way. Like we're able to vocalize opinions and converse, but it's not like full on conversation.
Yeah, I plan on addressing that into the intro, which has not been made yet. So here we go. Let's speed this as much as possible, and
We should not stand by as the richest man on the planet gives himself and his companies huge tax cuts while the American people get absolutely nothing.
Okay, this is not true.
Do you know why he said that? Do you know what he's talking about?
Enlighten us, please.
So the idea behind this and what the Dems are trying to fight pretty hard is that when Trump did the last corporate tax break in 2016, there is apparently some kind of clause in it that makes it end soon. And for it to continue, supposedly there has to be discoverable, recoverable sums of money that equate to something like $4 trillion. Basically, the companies that are taking advantage of this have to find ways to recover money to the government to be able to maintain the tax break. So the Dems' fight in this is they're trying to say that the only reason that DOGE and all of this is happening is try to hit that 4 trillion mark and to allow that to continue to be a massive tax break to corporations. That's where the rage is coming from. That's where the absurdity is coming from. That's why they're against Elon and the thing. That's why they keep saying he's giving himself tax breaks. It's because they're seeing this whole thing as a way for the companies in play to maintain their status quo and the massive increase of money that they've been able to achieve over the past 10 years.
Look at this guy's face.
I don't know the accuracy on that, but that's their side. That's what they're talking about.
Look at this guy's face right now and look at his manner. He is on the attack. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, so you could argue that they're angry. They're
yes, but that's not how. Okay, this is Congress. This is a place of reverence and discussion and compromise. This is not a place. This is not Reddit.
I agree, and that's why I say when you turn on Democratic media, you see people up in arms and take to the streets and fight, and you turn on right media and they're laughing about it because they're excited that in general the population is swaying towards this. I can see both sides. Like I think that there needs to be changes, and DOGE needs, not necessarily DOGE, but that efficiency needs to be part of the conversation. But I can also see where if that is the reality of the final outcome, is that we, the taxpayers, don't see enough benefit from this efficiency, that is just a way of governments to or corporations to maintain their tax breaks, then that is also unacceptable and should not continue. So it's both things can coexist. It can be necessary to get it done, but it also can be unacceptable that it's getting done for the reasons that it might be getting done for, but we don't know.
This guy strikes me as somebody who might possibly have a dog in the fight for, whatever reason, but I don't see this kind of aggression coming from a place of rational thought, or at least informed rational thought. And also, I just feel like I hate Reddit. I never use it. I think it's like the scum of the internet. But I feel like this is Reddit leaking into a hollowed ground where you should be calmly discussing subjects. But okay, let's see what he has to say next.
Now, I find it ironic, of course, that our chairwoman, Congresswoman Green, is in charge of running this committee. Now, in the last Congress, Chairwoman Green literally showed a dick pic in our oversight congressional hearing. So I thought I'd bring one as well.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to something I just said very. Okay, I'm gonna go back to something I just said very, very briefly.
He's looking for a clip and trying to go viral.
This is hollowed ground. You want to talk about hollowed ground? Hollowed ground isn't just like a church. Hollowed ground is revered. It is respected. It is a place where you show respect. And this guy just talked about a dick pic. This guy needs to be removed from office. I don't care about anything else he has ever done.
I mean, okay.
He just brought up dick pic in a congressional hearing in a way that was completely unnecessary.
Now, this, of course, we know is President Elon Musk. He's also the world's richest man. He was the biggest political donor in the last election. He has billions of dollars in conflicts of interest. And we know that he is leading a power grab, also abided by and encouraged by Donald Trump and, of course, the chairwoman, Congresswoman Green. But I also want to run through what DOGE actually is going to do. It's a demolition plan that's going to run through our government. DOGE is trying to abolish the Department of Education. That means opportunities denied to kids. It means you're ripping away opportunities.
There's an old expression that says the moment that you feel the need to insult your opponent, you lose. And he did so by calling Elon Musk a dick in the first place. So pretty much.
I mean, anyway. It's clear that the Dems are like, they think that they understand Donald Trump to the extent that they're trying to use his ego against him, but it's not working in this new Donald Trump. Old 2016 Donald Trump, it might have worked to call Musk President Musk.
It might have worked until the Democrats literally nuked their own reputation.
Yeah, right now it's just he might be right in what he's saying on this level with his fucking depictions right now, but he lost
he's not
the left because I mean, what if he's right? Like, if they get rid of the Department of Education, an opportunity might be denied for kids. That might be an accurate statement. It's just not the whole statement.
Okay, from what I'm hearing from the left, what I'm hearing from the right is that these organizations, as they are named on that board, those specific organizations are being compressed into a smaller number of more efficient agencies that are able to handle more of a workload. So these services, people, they're acting like we're taking service. They're acting like they're taking services away from everybody, that these things are just vanishing. And like National Institute of Health. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Trump said that the Department of Education should just be removed and shut down and given back to the states. Like, that statement is what brings this kind of stuff into question, because it's like,
okay, well, let me
point, that might be a good way to handle it. But from on the ground level,
Do you
there
think
are
there won't be any kind of
states that
federal? Do you think
kids.
there won't be any kind of federal funding towards the states, though?
But that's where he lacks in his leadership, his ability to fill in those dots and give people some comfort that
Okay,
what
I
the
have.
Democrats are saying is going to happen won't happen. Instead, he just makes a statement that pushes people into a frenzy and then enjoys it because it's not his side that's in the frenzy, but at the behest of half of the United States population.
I was really hoping to keep.
Are hurting from this, man. There's a lot of people.
I was really hoping to keep like Donald Trump's ethics out of the conversation because I feel like that's kind of a polarizing subject, and I was kind of hoping to try and. He hasn't attacked anybody since he got.
It's his
ruthless business sense?
Inability to recognize that he's the president of the entire United States. He talks a lot about how has a mandate from 70 million people to do what he's doing, which might be true. But there's 200 million other people in this country that also need leadership. And that what that can't be said?
No, I was actually just trying to hope. I was actually trying to hope to keep this particular broadcast.
I'm not attacking him in that sense, and I'm not trying to alienate anybody that might be listening. That
okay, fair. That's fair.
Likes Trump. I'm not saying that.
When he talked about removing the Department of Education, I just find it incredibly hard to believe and almost unfathomable, unthinkable that they would give it to the states and then say they're on their own. Because, okay, let's say they gave it to Texas. Texas might be able to pull it off. Texas actually is pretty wealthy. But say a state like Idaho that has very little like income, like compared to some other states, they're a poorer state. So how could this federal
trying to make, dude?
What?
That's the point this guy's trying to make. That when you just make a blanket statement,
I know, but
go back to the states.
No, but his whole point is that they're going to get rid of this stuff and not help. He's painting it for. I mean, he's saying it based on the current information, yeah, but what's going to happen when you go into an institution as complex as the United States government and you start tearing apart the finances to find out what you really have to work with? You have to find out what you really have to work with before you could start coming up with a plan to go forward. And that's what's going on. And I think that's what's going on right now.
My argument would be, why is everything on this board related to the population and not, why isn't like the DOD up there and the Pentagon and War Machine? It's all stuff, and that's
because the War Machine, because the military industrial, anything to do with the military industrial complex that has proven to be as bad or worse than anybody ever dreamed it was, that's not a controversial subject. People don't care if that goes away, or at least it's never going to go away, but it's going to be maybe reduced to an appropriate level to deal with what it needs to deal with.
I mean, that's part of why I've been willing to consume both sides of the coin, is that I've heard Trump and Musk say that they're going to be looking at those things. I'm going to be very interested in those conversations when they get to that point.
I don't blame anybody for being scared for what's going on right now. It's drastic change, and most people don't have the time to sit there and listen to enough of different for sources of information to even hope to put the picture together. And I don't have the picture put together. I just have enough to where I actually believe things are heading in a good direction. And I see, okay, I think we should really continue the video because this this is not the only example of somebody that I think is actually on the verge of almost irrationally attacking.
Yeah, go for it.
But is there anything else you feel like you need to say before I hit play?
No, I guess maybe just the compassion for people that are animated in their statements like this guy is. He might be a show for USAID, and he doesn't want that to end. And then he's using these hot button topics of the population to trigger the left. That might be a reality, but we don't know. So he might also be, like you said, afraid, not in a personal sense, but in a sense of what the heck is going on. We have to get some understanding and control under this shotgun effect that's happening. And it's very intentional that it's happening at the rate that it's happening, because it's causing them to, the left, to not be able to counter. And you could argue that that's important in a efficiency cleanup standpoint, because you don't want people to be able to hide evidence and fall through the cracks or escape. Like, you want some accountability to happen, and that can only happen if evidence is discovered and pounced upon. But both of those things can be true and accurate at the same time, and probably are. I think there's probably all of the above going on right now. That's what
I agree. I agree with everything you just said. I do. I really do. And it's just so complicated. And that's why everybody is having such a hard time processing what's going on right now. Because it is so complicated. It is so uncertain. There is an upheaval happening and nobody is sure what's going to happen. So my fear is that there's going to become a boiling point where bad things start to happen, like worse than now by far. And, I feel like some positive vibes, putting it out there into the universe, might actually,
well, and with that in mind, to your point, this guy's, and a lot of the Dems in general, their level of aggression on this, while it might be founded in fear or concern for their constituents, it's coming across as too much and off target. And they really need to convene and establish what the population actually cares about right now.
Okay, we're gonna come back to that. I'm gonna go ahead and hit play though. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
For children with disabilities who are dependent on this money. You're also halting medical research, which is also critical, which we have to also stop. The idea that we're going to eliminate or destroy the Department of National Institutes of Health, NIH, is...
He's presenting it as if we're not going to...
We're talking about protections.
As if we're going to forget about these things for good.
Where people can actually complain about
abuses.
Because
it's coming from a department that
and their coworkers
has said that they have a national health plan for the past 10 years and never actually produced it.
I just don't agree. I just don't agree with this whole presentation or his argument.
And fraudsters that will be empowered across this country because Elon Musk wants, essentially, these companies.
I understand the basis behind it. I just
over people across this country. Look at the Centers for Disease and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. That is actually what's being discussed partly today. Healthcare, we're talking about being denied.
This is weaponizing fear.
Of poor people.
Yeah, it is.
Class people.
That's what I mean. They need to reconvene
and now, of course,
reconnect with new messaging. That's not fear tactics.
The U.S. Social Security
Administration.
You can't rule through fear. It doesn't last.
The actual social safety net in this country. We know that 1 in 5 Americans collect Social Security. Seniors, disabled people. This entire plan is about hurting the American social safety net and destroying our institutions. And it's important that we actually call out what is happening at this subcommittee. This is not about working with the richest man on the planet. This is actually about empowering. This committee wants to empower the richest.
Stop calling him the richest man on the planet. That's
to hurt people so they can take all of this money that they so-called want to save
See, but his
and then give it
messaging
to
is lost in
themselves,
his
their
aggression.
companies, and their billionaire friends.
Okay,
That is the
this
attack
What
that is
he
happening
what he
in
said
this
was true.
committee
The
and across
committee
this
is
country, and
meant
it's
to
important
be
that
an
we call it
oversight
out.
committee to
We
keep it
also know, of
under
course,
control.
that Elon
And
Musk is sending
Marjorie
his
Taylor Greene herself
unqualified
said she just needs to
DOGE
stand
staff
shoulder to shoulder
to
with
carry out this agenda
Trump and
across
Elon,
all these agencies.
implying that
And in
the
some
committee needs to
cases,
just do what they
actually
say.
teenage
And that's
staffers.
not what
No
that should be.
accountability,
If this
no
committee is an
experience,
okay,
oversight
hold on,
and
hold
committee,
on,
problematic
hold on,
records.
hold on.
They're
not what
trying
it
to
should
Because
be.
he's
rob
actually
you,
saying something.
and
I
they're
wanna-
probably a minority. And we know that 1 in 5 Americans collect Social Security. Seniors, disabled people. This entire plan is about hurting the American social safety net and destroying our institutions. And it's important that we actually call out what is happening at this subcommittee. This is not about working with the richest man on the planet. This is actually about empowering. This committee wants to empower.
We already heard about the fraudulent levels in the Social Security system right now. Already during this hearing, and he's using it as a talking point. That's lovely.
The richest person in the world to hurt people so they can take all of this money that they so-called want to save and then give it to themselves, their companies, and their billionaire friends.
No.
That is the attack that is happening
That's
in
what
this
he's.
committee
That's
and across this country.
that's the
I
fear
know.
of what I was
Important
talking
that we
about, though,
call
man.
it out.
Well, he
But we
has
also
no.
know, of
That's not
course,
acceptable.
that
He
Elon
has
Musk
no.
is sending his
Okay.
unqualified
He has
Not
a
called
leg
out
to
is
stand
also not
on.
acceptable.
He
carry
has
out
a
this
leg to
agenda
stand on in that
across all
argument
these
because that's the
agencies.
status
And in
quo.
some cases, actually teenage staff.
This is the fear
No
of drastic
accountability,
change
no experience,
being
and problematic
expressed.
records. They're trying to rob you, and they're probably
All he's
a
doing is
minor.
complaining and not
Thank
suggesting.
you, and I yield
He's
back.
not conversing. He's just
Yeah.
complaining.
The gentleman
Yeah,
yields.
and that's where the
And I
Dems need
now
to reconvene and
recognize
figure out
the
their
gentleman
attack
from
plans.
South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, for 5
Turn them
minutes.
into negotiations
Chair.
instead of attacks.
I find it sad that my colleagues across the aisle can't take this seriously. We have $36 trillion in debt. We run an annual almost $2 trillion deficit. When I got elected 6 years ago, we had $21 trillion in debt. So in 6 years, we've added
Yeah, it's
over
wild how much it's
$15
increased.
trillion to the debt. And guess what? President Trump ran
COVID.
on fixing this problem. President Trump told the American people he would right the ship financially. And he said during the campaign that Elon Musk was going to be the person to lead this charge. The man that has turned business after business around. He's the richest man on the planet because he succeeds at his endeavors. And that's why President Trump has appointed him the head of this effort. This is a very serious problem. And it's incredibly hypocritical that my colleagues across the aisle are complaining about this because Joe Biden signed his name and wanted the American people to believe that he had the ability to forgive $250 billion with a signature. Guess what? Supreme Court ruled he did not. That's our system of checks and balances. The president, Biden, he clearly was experiencing cognitive decline. He didn't even have the ability to be charged with a crime as determined by his own Department of Justice. But he signs his name and he thinks it gives $250 billion away, redistributes taxpayer dollars. It's just crazy that we can't come together to address the greatest national security threat facing this country, our debt. Now to the task at hand, Medicaid fraud. Mr. Talcove, if we implement enhanced identity verification and enhanced income verification, what will happen? How much money will we save?
You'll save hundreds of billions of dollars. Identity verification, elimination of self-certification, and monitoring beneficiaries will prevent these transnational criminal groups from accessing those systems at scale so legitimate people who need the benefits can get them.
Oh, okay. I just want to go over something again real quick. They're talking about updating government verification systems to the standard that the private sectors use. So like the verification systems that your bank uses, for example, that the military uses. They're talking about updating the, in case it wasn't already perfectly clear and I'm just rambling here. They're talking about updating every system in the United States up to
the highest standards for security reasons to make it harder for criminals to commit fraud. And yeah, so that's what they're talking about basically. Here we go.
Them in a timely fashion.
So we're going to get actual benefits to people, to American citizens that are in need faster, because if you do it electronically through web-based, like they did in Missouri, where the pilot program saved almost 20% of Medicaid dollars. So all we have to do is adopt what has already been proven in Missouri, and we'll save 20%. To the people out there listening, we spend almost $900 billion every year on Medicaid. And if 20% of that is saved, that's almost $200 billion. We got a $1.8 trillion annual deficit. We just knocked off $200 billion. Let's keep this train going. The fact that the Democrats are filing lawsuit after lawsuit to impede the efforts of President Trump to right our fiscal ship is unforgivable. It's unforgivable. Mr. Talkov, you talked about pandemic fraud. I have a bill that would cause the IRS to share data with the Small Business Administration and the FBI and the Department of Justice that would show that you were ineligible for PPP loans and you got them. So I think that would save probably $100 billion. Do you think that we should go back and take money away from people that fraudulently got COVID money?
Yeah. During the pandemic, the PPP program was a virtual buffet for fraudsters. And it was because of that 1974 Privacy Act, where data sharing and matching is virtually impossible. Congress needs to change that.
But we can do it retroactively. We can do it retroactively. We can find the people that stole this money, hold them accountable, probably get some of the money back. So I already have that bill filed. That bill, I think, would probably get $100 billion. So now we got enhanced identity verification, enhanced income verification that has been proven in Missouri. It does work. So I'm working on that bill. We're going to drop it soon. That's $200 billion. There's a competition in Congress. I think we should have a competition on this committee. I got $300 billion in savings proposed. We got to all pull our weight because we have such a massive problem right now. But I would just ask my colleagues across the aisle to get out of the way if you don't want to help. If you don't want to help right the fiscal ship in this country, get out of the way. Stop filing lawsuit after lawsuit. We do not have the financial ability to continue down this path. And we're going to save this country with or without you. You can kick and scream all the way, or you can get out of the way. I prefer the former. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Casal.
Okay. You got anything to say about that, bro?
I mean, his words were accurate. I have no idea on his intentions, but he seemed passionate about it, and that he wants both sides to just come together and work together on this. But for that to happen, the Dems need to concede with some stuff and recognize the position and the desire of American people, and the Republicans do too. Like they're speaking for the right pretty hard and haven't really acknowledged a lot of the concerns on a level that will pull the left into a position of working with them. They keep them pretty adversarially. So,
you know, I might get in trouble for comparing our government with the British for obvious reasons. But their government doesn't work nearly how it's supposed to either. But their initial like House of Commons, the concept of it, that it was a place for the common folk to be represented properly. I don't know, man. Sometimes I just wish we had something like that here.
I think we need less like term limits. I think we need age limits, and we definitely need financial limits. Like,
oh, okay,
there should not, like, they really want to get people in all of Congress that are trying to represent their constituents in their districts.
I
There's
think
a lot
there
of
needs.
changes that would need to happen.
I think there need to be. I agree with age limits, but not term limits.
I don't know, man. Like I don't know that it should be as short as like the presidency, like 2-term limits, but there's just and there definitely needs to be a lock
we're
on.
getting off track. We're really getting off track, bro.
I mean, it's part of the spider web I talked about, man. Like focusing on a single strand can be
I know.
beneficial, but it's not.
I know, but this
There's
isn't
gonna be a true change.
This may be our only YouTube video ever, but you never know. So
Yeah.
I suspect we'll have more time to talk about more stuff in detail. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and continue the show.
This subcommittee is supposedly about looking into waste, fraud, and abuse. So I'd like to start talking about independent inspector generals who are supposed to be looking into waste, fraud, and abuse.
Just real quick, I just want to say this guy is a piece of work. So yeah.
I mean, it's the same. Like you already know what I'm gonna say.
Mr. Talcove, do you know how many inspector generals at agencies that were investigating Elon Musk's companies have been fired by the Trump-Musk administration?
No.
Democrats don't
It
care
is
about what he's
5.
talking about right now.
Ms. Royal, the inspector general of the
The
Department of
ones
Labor
that
had
were fired
17
were
open
probably the
investigations
ones
into
that.
Tesla and SpaceX. Do you know
It's
what
so
the Trump
frustrating that
Musk
they're pushing so hard on
administration did
this.
to that
It's
inspector
like
general?
we
No,
don't know, and
They
therefore
fired
we
him,
do not
and I
give
think
a
y'all
shit
know.
about what he's
Mr.
saying
Whitson,
right now.
the
Like
inspector
he might be
general
right
of
and it might be important,
transportation
but we
was
don't know why
investigating
it's important,
Tesla.
so we
Do
don't
you know
care
what the Trump Musk
as a
administration
population.
did to that
Well,
inspector general?
Isn't he talking about the people, the inspectors generals that were fired were all the ones that were
He's bringing up
weaponized,
specific ones that
that were attacking Trump
directly-
and that were attacking
Yeah.
Trump and
he's
Elon.
trying to lay the foundation for a case of
fraud, lawfare.
Yeah, I'm tired, so I'm drawing a blank, but
For lack of a better word,
something
right
that
now, lawfare.
Elon
They
shouldn't be in.
Yeah. Anyway, so they're saying that these people that are suspected of a crime are being removed from office right now.
No, he's saying that Elon got rid of them because they were messing around with his companies.
Well,
That's
sure.
his implication.
Well, I'm sure. Well, I'm not going to say anything more about that because I am not sure.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it, so it's hard for me to comment.
Well,
He's coming across too aggro again.
It sounds like nonsense, and it's regardless to me anyway. So let's just continue.
No.
They were fired. The Department of Defense's inspector general was looking into SpaceX. Mr. Hedler, do you know what the Trump Musk administration did to that inspector general?
I believe he was fired.
Thank you. I think everybody on the panel knows what the answer to these questions were. The U.S. Department of Agriculture Inspector General was investigating Musk's Neuralink. Mr. Talcove, now I'll ask you again under oath, do you know what Mr. Trump did to that inspector general that was looking into one of Musk's companies?
No.
He was fired. The inspector general at the EPA was repeatedly taking on Tesla. Mr. Hedler, since it seems that you're answering the questions that everyone knows the answer to, do you know what the Trump Musk administration did to that inspector general?
I believe he was also fired.
Also fired. At least 5 inspector generals that were looking into.
Okay, well, now this is theoretical and hypothetical and however you want to look at it, but if they found sufficient proof to prove that the people that he just mentioned that were going after Elon were doing it for nefarious reasons, then
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
What I'm probably just gonna reiterate what you're saying, but that's the piece that gets lost in translation, and that's frustrating for me to hear. Is that Elon potentially firing these guys because they were looking into him is unacceptable. But if they determine that these guys looking into him were doing so as a political ploy, to
If
try
they
to
had
pressure
okay,
to stay out of Trump's
if they
presidency.
had
That's
if they had
unacceptable.
if
and
they
they
had
should
a
be fired.
legal basis to look into them, then yeah, it's
Yeah,
fine.
if they're just looking into his
But
companies, then
if they
you
were
should not be allowed to fire
involved,
him.
but if they were involved in a less than ethical plot, like something intentionally meant to cause harm in some way, or
Well,
create an issue where none should have existed in the first place, then yeah,
that's the argument, is that they were using it as political ways of scaring him into not supporting Trump, is I think what the right is trying to argue, that's why these inspectors generals who are tied to Elon, why they were fired, is that they're fired for abuse of power, pushing political agendas, which would be unacceptable in my mind as a taxpayer, and they should have been fired for that. But if they were legitimately looking into issues within the law of these companies, then no, he should not have the ability to fire them.
Well, this is.
But I don't know.
If I was looking at this, if I was
So.
looking at this issue by itself, if this was an isolated issue and I had no other context, I would be far more suspicious. And given my opinion of Trump leading into this election, I probably would have assumed that Trump was in the wrong. But now I don't know.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
So, all right, here we go. Continuing on.
Elon Musk's companies were fired by the Trump-Musk administration. These inspector generals, who are independent, protected by law, they are the people that find the waste, fraud, and abuse, and found many of the cases of waste, fraud, and abuse that have been brought up today, fired because they were looking into Elon Musk. At the NLRB, the National Labor...
Okay, I want to clarify something here, and I'm not sure if this is the case, but it makes sense in my mind. So if it is later proven wrong, I apologize in advance. When he says that they were fired, does that mean that they were dismissed from the case for a conflict of interest or something like that? I mean, fired is a relative term. So what are we really...
They were fired, like they no longer work for the federal government. I think they were part of the 19 or 17 or however many it was that Dems are hard focusing on.
All right, random thought. Continuing on.
Relations Board, which is supposed to protect workers from getting their unions busted by folks like Elon Musk, made functionally broken by the so-called Department of Government Efficiency that really is the Department of Government Efficiency for Elon Musk, not for you. They are trying to shut down the Department of Education, the Department of Labor. You know what Elon Musk doesn't seem to be looking into? His own contracts. Again, I'll ask you, Mr. Talcove, do you know how much money a day Mr. Musk will receive from the federal government for his contracts?
No.
The answer is $8 million a day.
Okay, as soon as he said
Parts
this...
are relevant. He's doing that to try to...
Okay, yeah.
About a big bad billionaire.
Okay, honestly, I was surprised the number wasn't higher.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Him saying, do the math, okay, on how much...
It's probably not even accurate. I mean, Tesla got
let's
$400 million contract for
let's say for half a second that number is right. It's $8 million a day. Do the math over time and see how much money that really is. That is a drop in the motherfucking bucket. And I don't understand how this person here can possibly say that and think it is going to have any kind of large impact. I mean, are we talking like that much money back in like 1990? I mean, come on, dude. Like, wisen up. All right, here we go.
Just last year, Elon Musk was promised $3 billion from close to 100 contracts with the federal government.
$3 billion. Okay, same concept. $3 billion. Compared to how, like, that's nothing. It's not nothing, but in the grand scheme of things, on how much
it's costing to do things right now that are being worked on by Elon and other people. Like, you want to talk about the cost of AI? Dude, they spend that much in probably like 3 hours. But come on, bro, grow a brain. All right,
Well,
I'm hitting.
you can't completely write off the fact that that is
Ms.
a
Royal.
conflict of interest potentially and needs to be addressed. It's just
It
not in
is.
this level of accusatory aggro. That's where it's losing.
When I'm not fully in Elon's camp. I'm not. I disagree with many of his morals from what I've seen through the media, and
I was let down by the POE stuff, man. Like
yeah, me too.
Thought
No
he was
shit.
cool and trust him, and then he pays somebody to fake to be number one. Like,
no, we're not even
man.
going there. We're not even going there right now. I think we just both revealed how we feel about it, but
that's so goofy.
and you completely broke my train of thought. Yeah. Anyway, anyway, I like to think that the overall vibe that I get from not only Elon, but the people that surround him, the people that talk about him, the people that are being appointed in the government right now, that I'm sure he had at least a hand in selecting some of. Everybody seems to be. I don't get the just disingenuous feeling that I normally do from politicians. They all seem to have a fire in their belly, and they genuinely seem to want to get to work and that they actually care.
Yeah,
and
I get the vibe from Elon that he,
and
in general, wants society to succeed and the human race to prosper.
And I could be wrong, but I genuinely think that we're heading in the right direction for the first time in my lifetime.
It's nice to see change. I am a little nervous about
so am I.
The final outcome, but it is nice to see.
I'm not 100% sold, but I'm considering myself to be firmly in the cautiously optimistic camp. But anyway, this is all stuff. This video is going to be incredibly long, so if I seem to ever be cutting off my boy here, it's because I promise you he won't let me down later. So, all right, here we go.
Do you know how much the average person in this country who survives on Social Security, one of our seniors who's worked their entire life, about how much they have to survive on a day?
I do not.
How much the average person in this country who survives on Social Security, one of our seniors who's worked their entire life, about how much they have to survive on a day?
I do not.
$65 a day. We're not looking into Elon Musk's $8 million a day. This subcommittee, chaired by Marjorie Taylor Greene and the House Republicans, is looking into your grandmother's $65 a day. Let me be clear. I think we would all support taxpayer savings. Look into money we might needlessly send to billionaires and big corporations, find taxpayer savings, and send it back to your hardworking family. But instead, what House Republicans and the Trump-Musk administration want to do is they want to look into your kids' lunch money, your kids' teacher's salary, into your grandparents' Social Security. They want to take that money and give it out in billionaire tax cuts. And they're talking about that in committee tomorrow, in budget committee tomorrow. They just released their plan. So let me be clear. When Republicans talk about government efficiency in this Congress,
we should watch
they're
that.
not looking into billionaires who don't pay their taxes. They're not looking into billionaires who get rich off of government contracts. They're not looking into Elon Musk firing watchdogs who are supposed to keep him accountable. They're looking at cutting your public schools. They're going straight for your Social Security. They're coming straight for cancer research. They're coming straight for the Department of Education. They're not looking at big tech. They're not looking at big pharma because those people fund their campaigns. If this committee were serious about rooting out waste from our federal government, then today's whole hearing would be about how Musk and Donald Trump are firing the independent watchdogs who've done this work for decades. Instead, my Republican colleagues' actual goal on this committee is to distract from Trump and from Musk's corrupt war on accountability. This will not be a subcommittee.
In that, he is succeeding in a very minor, tiny little speed bump kind of way.
Which part? The distraction piece or what?
Distracting, yeah.
Yep.
He's being heard for about 5 minutes, and then I'm pretty sure his argument will disappear.
Dedicated to making government efficient for everyday people. It's about helping Elon Musk and Donald Trump be as efficient as possible in robbing our government and handing out our government services to the rich. So this.
Okay, so dude, you think Elon Musk needs our government's money? That's not what he's doing. But that's a topic for another discussion.
Seems that this
And I also want to point out something. I'm not sure if he was quite there, but there are a couple other people in this video that definitely reach this state of incoherent. When you speak aggressively and fast enough, it doesn't even have to be aggressively. When you start speaking quickly enough, your brain effectively turns off to a point and you lose the ability for most of your rational thought, and you pretty much just spew filth. That's what a rant is. I'm familiar with it because I myself rant sometimes, and sometimes I need a poke in the ribs and say, hey, stop doing that. But the only reason I bring that up is that guy was close to a rant. I don't think he was quite there, but I think we're about to see, I think between now and the end, we're going to see at least one or two that fall into that category. And I just wanted to bring that up real quick. All right, Here we go.
Total sham.
Certainly seems reasonable that someone has been fired. I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee.
I actually like that part of this
Mr.
meeting.
Burchett,
With your billionaire
you're
tax
not
cuts.
recognized.
What?
Mr. Burchett, you're recognized for 5
I
minutes.
liked that part of this
Thank you,
meeting as
Chair
much as
Lady.
I don't trust
The
her
gravy train
intentions.
for a lot of
That
these
was
folks
pretty
has been on
apt
biscuit wheels,
statement.
and it's about to run off the deadgum tracks.
Oh, I
It's
like
about
this
time.
guy.
Could you imagine standing
I like his
here
personality.
and defending waste, fraud, and abuse? But I think that's what we're seeing. When people squeal and don't ask questions, I think it shows the American public what the heck's going on. And that little gravy train is getting ready to run out. The spigot is getting ready to be turned off. Mr. Talcove, that's correct how you say your name, brother?
Yes, sir.
All right. How can the federal government improve identity verification for these entitlement programs?
Yeah, it's doing what the private sector does every single day, whether you use your bank,
See, this
you go
guy
to
is
Amazon,
looking-
using those tools and moving away from some of the dated compliance standards that the federal government uses. NIST IAL 863, 2017, before there was anything called deep fakes and generative AI tools.
Also, I was informed that PayPal,
His
has
demeanor
never
is
been,
so
they've never
much
been able to crack
different.
into that and steal people's vital information. Are they using those systems that you would?
He's talking to
be
the other
favorable towards
person
that
as if
government
they are
seems to
an
be,
adult.
shying away from?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And describe that, how that works.
They're systems that are based on encryption. They use technology and they use data to validate you are who you say you are. The people that are stealing right now, I believe a lot of them are actually ghosts from China, Russia, Nigeria, and Romania.
I read a report today that North Korea was involved in this, in some of that as well.
They are.
And those people are our enemies. Again, they'll hate us for free. We don't have to give them taxpayer money.
That's a
and are there
great
loopholes
line.
that can be closed to avoid these improper payments? And I wish you'd describe those to me.
I have a feeling
biggest,
it's not an
most
original,
important
but
thing, particularly
so
in the
great.
benefit program space, is the use of self-certification. As Mr. Timmons noted, the state of Missouri is using a solution called Steady IQ to validate wages and wealth. You cannot allow individuals to provide the information based upon what they think. It has to be based on what you know, and that will stop the ghosts from using people's identities to steal money from U.S. taxpayers.
How much money do you calculate is wasted due to waste, fraud, and abuse in the entitlement programs each year?
Yeah, my number right now between federal, state, and local government is you can save $1 trillion a year by simply putting in front-end identity verification, eliminating self-certification, and monitoring the back end of the programs that are providing the benefits. Those three things.
You said you could eliminate that, but there are others you feel like some more low-hanging fruit?
I would start with those three things because they're simple. That'll take that 20% fraud rate that you're seeing in the public sector down below 5%.
Chair Lady, I would suggest that we adopt Mr. Timmons' legislation and get that out of the committee as fast as possible. What actions also could Congress take to fix these problems quickly?
Yeah, I think the first thing is updating and redoing the 1974 Privacy Act. That is virtually impossible to do data matching. It's very difficult to have data shared. And when you look back at the pandemic, data sharing and data matching would have stopped probably 50% of the $1 trillion that was stolen from taxpayers.
Any of y'all like to add anything to that?
Congressman, I would just add that rather than accepting self-attestation, that states should have to be required to actually verify people's identities. And here's the key part: before they get enrolled, they shouldn't get enrolled and then eventually come down later on down the road.
It's amazing to me. I have a doctor's appointment back in Knoxville, and the verification process is very extensive. It's more so than the federal government requires for any of this. What type of computer systems are these agencies using, and do they need updating?
They're using very dated technology, but they're also burdened. I look at the USDA, 6.2 million words in a 10,000 page document that shows how to implement the rules of the program. Nobody can figure that out. So one of the things that I think has to happen is the simplification of these processes and systems, and then just use the technology that we use every day in the private sector.
Okay. Thank y'all so much for being here.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Chair Lady.
I now recognize the gentlewoman from Texas.
You have anything to add to that, man?
No, I feel like that was a pretty valid, important piece.
That was an
We need
actual.
to be in the 21st century, not the.
That was an actual conversation between two people that was easy to follow, and you're not left wondering more than when you went in.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's kind of how places like this should be, in my opinion. Like, I don't care if you're disagreeing with me or agreeing with me or what, but if you're not willing to discuss, then what are you doing there?
Texas, Miss.
That being said, sometimes you do have to put your foot down and just say, no, I'm not going to change my mind no matter what. But it seems like that.
That's the problem with these committee 5-minute formats, though. Like, I would hope that this is just like a preliminary thing, and this is just how they do it to initiate and let everybody know what's happening, and then bring in these witnesses to discuss the issues. But it would be nice if there was more free form conversation where, and I think that's probably what happens behind the scenes. And this is all.
No,
you know,
I don't think that's what happens behind the scenes. I think this group of people you're looking at right now have very limited contact with each other outside of this room.
I hope that's not true, but maybe. Probably right, but I hope that's not true.
All right, here we go.
Crockett for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Talcove, I'm just going to go ahead and pick up where you left off really quickly. Just to be clear.
Okay, I have one thing to say about this woman before we start.
Okay.
I have a hard time. I tried to maintain eye contact with this woman, but
you don't like her glasses. You don't like striped things.
The white of her glasses, the white of her glasses actually gave me a headache. Like she already looks great. Like, she pulls off that jacket really well. It looks actually soft and comfy. It looks kind of plush. Actually, I like it. But like, you already look beautiful. You're already just fine. You've already got your nails done. this is a place of reverence, and this goes back to that again. It's about respect. Can you imagine having to try to look her in the face, like face to face from only a few feet apart, with her wearing those glasses and trying to look her in the eye? It gives me a headache. Maybe just me. I mean, I have issues with my eyes, but
it might just be you. If I'm honest, like I think she looks fine. I think
you think she looks fine?
Professional,
Okay.
and
All
yeah,
right.
the
All right.
glasses are a little weird on this camera. I guess like the angle.
Okay.
For
Maybe
her
it's
eyes
just
to glass,
maybe it's
but
just
it's
me.
not.
Maybe it's just me.
No,
Maybe
I
I
think
will.
she's.
Okay.
Hear what she has to say.
All right. I will concede the point,
Here, the
and I officially apologize to her.
upgrades that you're talking about as it relates to our data processes, these aren't things that would be free, are they? They would cost some kind of money. Not looking for a number, but they will cost, correct?
Some are free and some would cost money.
Okay. All right. So I just want to leave it there because we've had a number of these hearings. So I do want to be clear, before the Trump administration came in, this committee did exist in the form of the Oversight Committee, and our task is to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. In that vein, we had a number of hearings, at least last term. I can't speak for any other term as I'm only in my sophomore term. And we dealt with improper payments. And interestingly enough, our chairwoman, who is so passionate about this today, she missed every single one of those improper payment hearings. But just to be clear, I was there. So I don't want anyone to believe that Democrats just come to work. In fact, I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is that the Republicans believe our job is, because right now they have relinquished their constitutional duties over to an unelected bureaucrat, someone who no one went out to vote for. And absolutely, he is occupying the Oval Office, as we saw yesterday. And that is a first for me, to see someone occupying the Oval Office who's never actually been elected to the Oval Office, and actually answering more questions than the person that allegedly got elected. But for whatever reason, this is the first time we're having a DOGE subcommittee hearing, and that guy's not here. Instead, we have y'all. So I do want to thank you for coming. But I will say this, it's also interesting to me that in the first few days of DOGE existing, we know that they are trying to get rid of the Department of Education, USAID, Consumer Financial Protection.
I just wanted to pause it real quick and say that she basically just gave like a backhanded comment. Like, she basically just insulted the people there representing DOGE. So, I mean, now I'm kind of curious to see her credentials versus theirs. But anyway.
Bureau,
Yeah,
they're
I mean,
laying off
yeah.
FAA workers.
She's kind of attacking, but she's going on the basis of like the idea that this is all for show, and how that's frustrating for her as somebody who's been on this committee before it was in the limelight and before anybody gave a shit and made videos about it. They were trying to get a clamp on this stuff, and then now that it is in the limelight, there's all these key figures that are popping up and saying that they care, but they weren't there before, even though they were on the committee.
Yeah.
So if that's true, that's valid. And then the frustration with having somebody that's, as she put it, not an elected official, but I don't necessarily think that it has to be an elected official. I can understand frustration of wanting to speak with the head of DOGE department in Elon Musk, but I also get why he wouldn't want to sit here and be berated under oath for 2 hours not have any real conversation. I think he would show up if he thought there would be real conversation.
I'm fairly certain that if Elon Musk would have shown up to this hearing himself, it would have raised the tension level significantly, and made.
Yeah, they would have all ripped into him and tried to get sound bites and clips.
Yeah, I think that him staying away was an incredibly smart idea, actually. But all right, here we go, bro. We still got quite a bit to go through, so.
workers. They are going after the FDA, the CDC, the HHS, the FBI agents, and they're talking about getting rid of FEMA. And they brought y'all in. And I am going to say that I actually was shocked that there was only one person that seemed like he was an overt Trumper as you laid out your opening remarks, because I anticipated that at least one of y'all would say, yes, what Elon is doing is exactly what we would prescribe. But instead, I will applaud you because you actually were focused. You talked about what the American people are looking for us to do. We've actually consistently on this side of the aisle promoted this idea of making investments into technology so that we can do things such as, say, look at the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense that takes up approximately 50% of our discretionary income or our discretionary spending. Approximately 50% goes to Department of Defense. Department of Defense has not been able to pass an audit in the last 6 audits, and we're not talking about pennies. I understand that we want everything to be perfect, and if we could get all waste, fraud, and abuse out, that would be fantastic. But let me talk about the big numbers. The big numbers are on that side. When we look at, say, our entire workforce, our federal workforce, as we're trying to somehow fire all of them, they don't even make up a total of 5%. It's even less than that when we look at our budget. But let's talk about defense.
The smoke screen.
That just happens to be the same side of the ledger that Mr. Musk gets the vast majority of his money from. In fact,
what's that, man?
That was a smoke screen. I mean, she's not wrong about the DOD part and that it needs to be looked at and addressed. But trying to ensue that they're trying to fire everybody in the government and that the savings come from the wages of those people is a big distraction on what's actually happening. Like the idea of letting these people go to save money is not what's happening. They're letting people go to remove old departments that have funneled millions, hundreds of millions, and billions of dollars away from what its intended use should be. It's a small piece that's not accurate. And yeah, I'm sure that we'll see that clip somewhere on left media soon. Pushing that narrative that that's all it's saving is $50 million a year in wages, and that's not what they're talking about.
So you're saying she's speaking extremely out of context?
I think that was a seed. She's a gardener in that moment. Yeah. But she's not wrong about the DOD. That needs to be looked at. It's a big waste.
I'm saying, I mean, pointing out this needs to be looked at, or this needs to be looked at, or I mean, that needs to be looked at. That's almost irrelevant at this point, though, because everything is being looked at.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
we'll see how I'm interested to seeing how these committee hearings go a couple months from now when they get to these different departments.
Me too. All right, here we go.
at the same time that they were unlawfully, and we will stay in court because on this side, we believe in law and order. We believe in, I mean, a number of us are actually lawyers, but nevertheless, we understand the Constitution. We believe in that as well. And so there's things such as, impoundment, right? Because as Mr. Whitson said, he said, we need to return the power of the purse to Congress. It never left. According to the Constitution, that's where it's at. Now, I know that people are confused right now because for whatever reason, we had a guy that went in, and you talk about people invading our data. Listen, people said that they were upset about TikTok, but I'm upset about the guy that runs Twitter, who for sure is doing nefarious things, because I don't understand, if you are trying to conduct audits and figure out where the waste, fraud, and abuse is, I don't know why you would go to some tech guy. In fact, it was only techies that were sitting there at inauguration. We didn't have auditors. I would welcome auditors to come in and do forensic audits. In fact, he sat there in the Oval Office yesterday and he admitted that he was lying, and he was using his propaganda machine to do it when he said that we sent millions of dollars to Gaza for condoms. That was a lie. So let me tell you something.
The
We were
gentlelady's
duly
time
elected,
has expired.
and it is time for
The
us
gentlelady's
to do our
time has
job
expired.
and rein in this rogue actor
The
known as
gentlelady's
Elon
time
Musk.
has expired. I now.
Continued yelling
Yeah.
is
It's
just passionate about what she's saying, but that was it's just
it's just people scared of drastic change for one reason or another, over and over and over, like every time. Okay, I'm not going to say every time, because there is one particular Democrat that did impress me, at least that I can remember, and she has not spoken yet. So, but anyway, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I'll recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to speak frankly at first to the American people. We're nearing $37 trillion in national debt. What does that mean? That means that each and every U.S. taxpayer owes over $323,000. Okay.
Such
What does that
bullshit.
mean? That means when the EPIC, which is the Economic Policy Innovation Center, says we have 18 trillion left. That's it. 18 trillion left to take out. And we're spending $2 trillion in debt every year. Folks, we're at the precipice of a debt, we're like a debt cycle. We are literally at a point in which the dollar will be worth nothing. What does that mean? And we know Social Security goes bankrupt in 8 years, right? Medicare goes bankrupt in 10 years. And then 15 years from now, the dollar is completely devalued and worth nothing. So what does that mean? That means your pension, the money in your bank, your savings is nothing. It's worthless. So what are we doing? We're trying to save this country. We're trying to save your pensions. We're trying to save your bank accounts. We're trying to save this country for the next generation. And it would be nice if we had help. But instead, we have people that are fighting us on this. And, I think that I would hate to be in the Democratic Party right now, because you're in a really bad bind. You're having to defend all of this crazy spending, all of this crazy waste. So how do you do it? You do ad hominem attacks. You attack the messenger. Oh, Elon Musk, right? He's rich. He must be evil, right? That's the attacks. Really, you can't do any better than that, right? Let's talk on the policy. Help us. We're trying to save this country. This is what, and Elon Musk, who's making no money doing this, is trying to save this country. Why? Because he has invested in the United States of America more than anybody, right? So I think that we should embrace it. In fact, not a single company, governor of any state would ever turn down Elon Musk and his team of DOGE from coming in and providing free services to right the course and financially in any state or organization. It's ridiculous that we would demonize someone that loves this country so much. Mr. Whitman, the formation of agencies via the executive action is not new, right? The formation of DOGE is not new. Can you, are you familiar with any other previous presidencies where they've formed organizations like DOGE via executive action?
Yeah, so actually the agency that DOGE is occupying is one that was created in a previous administration. So it is something that happens routinely. But I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, there's been the Office of Budget Management was created, Environmental Protection Agency was created, the U.S. Digital Service, which is now DOGE, was created all by executive order, right?
And actually one other I'd add is USAID was originally created through an executive order by President Kennedy and then later formalized.
And then, Madam Chair, I have a video I would like to end with that just, let's review, if we could cue that, to remind, and I want to remind my Democratic friends, at a point in which you once had the majority of the American people on your side, this is what your party believed in.
This report tells us how to cut waste, cut red tape, streamline the bureaucracy, change procurement rules, change the personnel rules, and create a government that works better and costs less.
I've read it, and where it says the president should,
the president will.
Among the 800 recommendations, eliminating 12% of the federal workforce, merging some government agencies like the FBI, the DEA, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, closing hundreds of government offices outside Washington.
From the day I took office, one of the commitments that I made to the American people was that we would do a better job here in Washington in rooting out wasteful spending. We thought that it was entirely appropriate for our governments and our agencies to try to root out waste, large and small, in a systematic way. It means cutting some programs that I think are worthy, but we may not be able to afford right now. A lot of the action is in Congress and legislative, but in the meantime, we don't need to wait for Congress in order to do something about wasteful spending that's out there. We haven't seen as much action out of Congress as we'd like, and that's why we launched on our own initiative the campaign to cut waste. And we're going to keep on finding every possible way that we can do that, even if Congress is not
It's
acting.
almost like he wanted to do it until he got into office, and then he found out
I
that
think
he
it
couldn't
speaks
do
for
it.
itself. My time is expired.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. I now yield to the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Our Republican colleagues and the Trump administration continue to demonize our friends and neighbors who work for the federal government and swear an oath to
This is the woman that impressed me.
protect the Constitution and serve the public. Thousands of civilian federal employees have given their lives in the line of duty for their country. The administration seems intent on dismantling much of the federal government in violation of the Constitution, statutes, and regulations. And our Republican colleagues are letting them do it. They want to gut the nonpartisan civil service and to convert a significant portion of the remaining civil service into political appointees. Depriving the federal government of employees' expertise and experience will harm the services that the government provides to all Americans. Mr. Hetler-Garlett, the administration is attempting to cause a mass exodus from our federal workforce. Will this increase or decrease waste, fraud, and abuse?
Thank you, Delegate Norton. I think it's pretty clear that chaos is not the friend of efficiency. If you undermine the very functionality of the government, you're not going to make it more efficient. You're going to make it worse. And it's going to cost even more money to recoup or to fix things that go wrong in the interim. So again, I mentioned earlier that if you care about waste, fraud, and abuse, firing Inspector General doesn't add up. I think if you care about government being more efficient, intentionally creating chaos is the opposite of that.
Well, Mr. Hetler-Garlett, do federal employees operate without oversight or rules and regulations?
No, absolutely not. They are governed by plenty of rules and regulations. And when there are independent inspector general at the agency they're supposed to be at, they also have a cop on the beat making sure that they do so.
I want to highlight some stories demonstrating exactly the kinds of federal workers the administration is trying to force out. How about Chris Mark at the Department of Labor, whose pioneering work on mine safety has reduced minor safety deaths from roof collapses to almost zero today? Or Jared Koopman at the Internal Revenue Service, who pioneered new methods for tracking criminal cybersecurity currency transactions that led to the rescue of 23 children from rape and assault, as well as the seizure of hundreds of millions of child abuse videos and 370 pedophile arrests. This work also prevented funding from going to terrorist groups. Or Ronald E. Walters, who manages the 155 national cemeteries around the country and tends to the resting places of almost 4 million veterans. These are just a few of the federal workers who serve Americans every day. The workers are wildland firefighters, border guards, doctors, nurses, food inspectors, air traffic controllers, and law enforcement that do their civic duty, often despite the fact that they could make such more in the private sector. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields.
Now, I think that she means well in a way that not many people in that room do anymore. But I think she is just out of touch, and I'm not familiar with her. I'm not familiar with how long she has been in service, but I think it would just be nice to ensure that the people in these positions are well versed in what's going on today. And I felt like that some of the things she said just kind of hinted at that she might be not completely up to date.
I hear what you're saying, but I would argue that every single person in this room is not completely up to date on the whole picture. I think they all think that they know a lot,
but there's
none
a
of them
difference.
actually have a big
There's a
picture,
difference. There's a difference.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. But
She cares. You can tell she cares about what she's saying. Half the people that are saying in this room don't.
But what she's saying is an important voice for the room, man. Like what she's getting at is that the collateral damage of this hack and slash mentality are real people with they thought real futures and real dreams and real jobs, and they're just upheavaled at this point for potentially political reasons. Now, like I said many times, those things can coexist. Maybe their jobs weren't necessary and from a financial standpoint needed to be removed, but there hasn't been enough intentionality in the firings. It's just been sweeping based on what seems like whatever information Musk and his team get at any given time. And to be able to just eliminate on the scale that has been eliminated without regard for the people on the ground that are involved in that is not acceptable. So her point is that even if she's wrong in the sense that ultimately maybe that's what does need to happen, she's right to be in the room and vocalize that those people need voices too.
I agree with that 100%. The people that are scared of change are, I mean, they're so used to not having their government work in their best interest that their minds have almost become like aggressive against the subject. Like you try to convince them that things are getting better and they get grumpy back at you because they just have absolutely no faith.
Yeah, it's just the point she's trying to make is that when these changes come through, they need to be done properly, and it hasn't been yet. Like it's been drastic change, and like you and I have said, like it feels good to see change and progress, and it might be headed for a good outcome, and we're hopeful of that. That's the whole point of this, is to try to bring up some hope in people when they watch this kind of stuff. But it also does need to be handled more carefully. It can't be a wrecking ball. It needs to, when you have people on the line, there are probably a lot of people. I can almost say with absolute certainty that there are people that have been fired that didn't need to be fired in the realm of government efficiency, but they're collateral damage to the cause.
I agree. I agree with that.
That's not acceptable.
I agree with that 100%. But
We can talk more about this in a later video. I mean, this is a discussion that could go on.
Yeah.
So I think I'm just going to go ahead and try and wrap this up in a relatively short time. We only have like a half hour left. So, all right, here we go.
I now yield to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Jack.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I want to also thank you for convening this hearing. I think it's incredibly important. And I want to thank our witnesses for appearing before us today. Like another member of this committee, I too was once an employee of the Executive Office of the President. I worked in President Trump's White House from the very first to very last day of his first term, and I saw firsthand how entrenched and resistant the federal bureaucracy was to his agenda. So it's no surprise that today a few of my Democrat colleagues have continued that trend by using their time to bash Elon Musk instead of discussing ways to work together to advance a bipartisan cornerstone of President Trump's agenda, the mission to finally eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse. And I just took a rudimentary count of the Dems' testimony, or rather comments today, and I've got 27 mentions of Elon Musk and 3 mentions of waste. And I don't know if that's, in fact, the right count. Encourage anybody to fact check me, but I think it illuminates and illustrates one of the problems that we're facing, which is a lack of bipartisan effort to address these critical things that, waste, fraud, and abuse is something that should be bipartisan. The chair noted that in her opening remarks. Now, Madam Chair, you know how much I enjoy studying public opinion. So with your approval, I'd like to enter into the record the CBS News poll from this past weekend, conducted February 5th to 7th, 2025. And I'd also like to illuminate 2 findings. First, 70% of Americans, Democrats and Republicans included, believe President Trump is already doing the job that he was elected to do, which is interesting because I have an article here from CNN from September 2024 that notes Trump says Elon Musk has agreed to lead proposed government efficiency commission as ex-president unveils new economic plans. So he is doing exactly what he said he would do by empowering his administration to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here today. I'd also like to note one interesting statistic from that. 62% of Americans want Democrats in Congress to work with us to advance the priorities that President Trump was elected to govern on. So I think those are 2 stats that I hope everyone pays attention to. But to ask questions of our witnesses, I'd first like to start with Mr. Talcove. One of the things that I've found very interesting from your opening testimony is you talked, and I think you engaged with Mr. Burchett on the 1974 Privacy Act. And I had some interesting folks visit my office yesterday who noted that 1/3 of all prior authorizations are still done manually by phone, fax, or direct post mail. First off, would love your comments on that. And I'd also like for you to expound upon some of the solutions that we can deliver to this Congress in modernizing that 1974 Privacy Act.
Yeah, these aren't people problems. These are technology problems. You can't process the number of individuals that are accessing our systems person by person. It just takes too much time. So by updating the 1974 Privacy Act and allowing for digital matching, you would have very quickly realized that a large portion of the PPP loan funds were going to the wrong person. You would have been quickly able to match. And I think the number was 20% were on the do not pay list. You can't expect people to do what a machine, and especially AI, can do today.
Not acceptable.
Fair enough. Thank you very much for that. And if I can also ask Mr. Whitson, I think we share a common interest, which is to move departments and agencies outside of Washington, D.C. It's something that I campaigned on, something that I helped President Trump effectuate in his first administration. And I have to imagine that if we have departments and agencies outside of D.C., if we've got a workforce that's more reflective of the balance that America is, we at the same time too could potentially root out some of this waste, fraud, and abuse by enabling other Americans, other citizens of our country to help advance some of these issues. So would love your commentary on that before my time expires.
No, I think you're exactly right, Congressman Jack. And so I think, you'd save a lot of taxpayer money. So building a headquarters in downtown DC versus Huntsville, Alabama, you're going to be able to save a lot of money. Number 2 is you're actually going to make life better for the employees as well. So that's a point that's also missed a lot, but commuting into DC versus being able to go somewhere else where it's a better cost of living and things like that might be better for the folks. And then lastly, these areas where you set up a headquarters are going to be populated by people that live in the area to fill the rank and file of staff positions. And so if you plant these federal agency headquarters in the heart of any area that's overwhelmingly one party or the other, then you're going to naturally get that sway versus something that's more representative of the people as a whole.
Well, thank you very much. Our witnesses,
That is one of the
mindful of my time, I
only
want to finish
things
before my
that
time
that guy
expires. I
said
yield back
that
to our
actually
chairwoman, Marjorie Taylor
made
Greene.
me think.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I mean,
And
that's
Chair-
a-
I would like to
Oh,
enter,
sure.
ask for unanimous consent to enter something into the record.
So what is it?
It is a report from the Congressional Research Service, nonpartisan CRS, that lays out the rules and the law for firing inspectors general, which of course look into waste, fraud, and abuse. And
Without
that rule-
objection.
Thank you. And that rule requires for the law to be followed, for Congress to be notified with 30 days
Beating a
any reason
dead
for firing
horse.
inspectors general to give Congress a chance to overrule that. And
That's what's
the
sad is
law.
he
So thank you
might
for
be
entering that into the
100% right in this, and it might be a massive
Without
fucking
objection, the
issue that
materials Mr.
happened.
Jack cited are also
Holy crap, we
submitted
don't
for the
care.
record. I now
Like,
recognize.
until you find a way to get us to care,
While we're on it, I'd also
it's
like to
wild
ask
that
for
they keep
unanimous
saying the
consent
same
to submit
thing.
for the record 2 items. One is a statement from the AFL-CIO, Department of People who work for a living with views on working
Sorry
people
to
to
swear.
make the government work. And the second is a statement from the
How
Center for
dare you.
Responsibility and Ethics in Washington on ways to combat waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize the gentlelady from New Mexico and ranking member, Ms. Stansbury, for 5 minutes.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And thank you once again to all of our witnesses for being here to testify. Thank you to my colleagues. We are going to have so much fun in this committee, this Congress. I actually appreciate the video that was shown just a few moments ago, because when I worked at the Office of Management and Budget, I actually worked on the waste EO that was referenced that President Obama signed. But there is one fundamental difference between the presidents and vice presidents that were shown on that video and what's happening today. And that is that they followed the law. So my colleagues across the aisle who are asking us to get out of the way and stop trying to block things in the courts, let me tell you, we do not work for an unelected billionaire like apparently this guy does. We work for the American people. And so if an unelected, unvetted individual private citizen is hacking our government systems, breaking the law, firing federal employees, dismantling statutorily created agencies, withholding funds, we are going to fight you in the courts. And I'm actually really sad that my dear friend Mr. Burchett left, because I want to talk about that gravy train on biscuit wheels that he just talked about, because that gravy train is not the federal workforce. It's the billionaires that are trying to hack that system right now, and which unfortunately my colleagues right now are working on a reconciliation deal to cut Medicaid, to cut Medicare, and use that money to give to tax breaks to their billionaire buddies. That is the gravy train that is actually going on here. But because this is the oversight committee, let's do a little bit of oversight. For the last several weeks, I've been talking to Treasury and OMB officials to try to get to the bottom of why Elon Musk and his...
I'm going to pause this for just a second. You remember earlier, well, for those of you who were not around an hour and a half ago, I mentioned that when you start to speak this quickly, you lose a percentage of your cognitive thought. Now, it looks like she's looking down at bullet points and she's reading off a page, or at least some highlights of a conversation she has prepared, probably, most likely. But
yeah, she knows what she's saying. She's got a timer on the wall that she's looking at, and she's looking down at bullet points too.
Okay. It just seems like she's okay, maybe she's perfectly composed and she practices and she just practiced getting it out in a certain amount of time. It's just it's coming off to me like she's coming close to just not losing control, but certainly like losing some ability of cognitive thought. But anyway,
maybe her frustration is palpable. But
and also, once again, all I'm hearing is complaint without suggestion or even the hint that you welcome conversation. It's like throwing
I
a
wish I knew
tantrum.
the reality on the tax thing, because if that is the final end game outcome, that DOGE goes through Rick of the Wrecking Ball, finds hundreds of billions of dollars or many trillions of dollars in savings, but then the American people don't actually see any of those savings, even though, yes, we get the comfort of our tax dollars no longer going to other countries for crazy shit. We also,
I spent
if we're not getting a
hours.
very palpable or a very tangible benefit from it, but then billionaires do end up getting some sort of crazy tax breaks, then that too is unacceptable. And if that is what she's referring to and it's true, then her disdain for the whole process is understandable.
Okay, 2 points to make off that. The first of all being, you're just describing the failure of trickle-down economics again. I mean, it's a recurring theme. You know, the money is going up, especially in the last like 6 years. The increase in the rate of which money is being transferred from the lower and middle class to the upper echelons of society increased by a massive percentage. But I'm okay. How she is coming off to me, and maybe this is just me, but she is coming off to me as somebody who is definitely passionate, but possibly just a little touch over the line of. She seems like somebody that would be very hard to convince otherwise, or to even talk to about the subject. I don't know, and that I just find that kind of.
Call her.
What?
You should call her.
I wouldn't be against it. I mean, if it ever comes to that one day.
If she's a congressman, she's got a phone number, and you can call and leave a message. Maybe she'll pick up. That is a thing. You can talk to your congressman.
Well, I'm not
if
against.
People out there don't know, like, pick up the phone if you're having issues and call your local office.
I'm absolutely not against that idea, but why don't we focus on wrapping up the last like 18 minutes of the video real quick?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Team are trying to hack the Treasury payment system because this is a completely nonpartisan system that literally just pays the bills of the federal government. So why are they so eager to hack this system? And I have to say that over the last several weeks, we have
Yeah.
So the one piece about this that is frustrating for me is in financial forensics, you follow the money. So I get the vibe that that's what this quote unquote hack of the Treasury system is. It's being able to say, okay, we see evidence through documentation of these departments doing this fraud, waste, and abuse. We need to see exactly who, where, when, and why, and then access to the accounts, being able to say this transaction went to here, went to here, went to here. That would be necessary to fully prove that, or to fully be able to say, yep, this is happening and it's no longer going to happen. So the Democratic push that this is some crazy hack so Elon Musk can get my social security number to sell on the dark web is crazy to me. It's like, you need to drop that. It's not going to work.
That's a baseless.
Not that stupid.
If that's a baseless accusation, if you put even a few of the pieces of the puzzle together, like what he doesn't need your money. He has a big enough revenue stream to take us to Mars already.
And the incredibly, like, basically zero event that is actually what he's doing. They are not selling it in a way that makes me believe that that's what he's doing. So they need to change the narrative and find a new talking point, or find a better way of bringing it about. If that's true and they're trying to bring it to light and they're trying to fight for the right cause, that's not working.
What I think would help, in my humble, like very oh so humble opinion, is I think the Democrats just need to be quiet for even just a little bit and stop making so much noise, because none of the stuff they're trying to do right now is going to have any effect on slowing down what's happening right now. They just need to refocus and figure out how they're going to deal with what is going to come.
Yeah, I mean, pushing in the courts is important if what they're trying to fight is legitimate, but
it
the problem is if
seem to be.
they're shotgunning with the courts, it's going to come across as
but
politically driven and not accuracy driven.
At least from public opinion point of view, which is what we see most often, it's
it's
not
bad
worth
optics for
fighting,
sure.
though. It's like they're just trying to hold back progress at this point.
The thing that you and I have to recognize, though, is that we're no longer captured in that talking sphere. So what she's saying might be working for the majority of the Democrats out there that are watching the shows that are pushing this back to back to back. They might not be seeing the logic or trying to see both sides or trying to have a better understanding, because they're in a constant positive feedback loop of the same information from the same sources all around them. On both sides. Like you watch Fox, it's the same thing.
I want to see the ego of both parties, of all parties, be seriously deflated.
Yeah. I want our population to come together and step aside from all of it and be like, okay.
Yeah. Stop making it personal.
What's kindness?
It's not
what's
personal.
Truth. Yeah.
It was never meant to be personal. Like, it's not personal. It's business should be written somewhere in Washington. Well, I mean, maybe that was an off-the-cuff kind of saying, so I'm sure somebody's going to find some kind of flaw with it, but I think the spirit was clear.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to it.
Literally received thousands of calls, and every single congressional that our friends across the aisle are also receiving these calls, because this system pays the bills of the US government. It pays our soldiers. It pays for the work that we do overseas. It pays your Social Security benefits. It pays your tax refunds. So why is Elon Musk and his hackers trying to access that system? And why did a senior civil servant who had overseen this system for over 30 years get asked to stand down after a 25-year-old intern working for Elon Musk tried to get access to the code for that system? Now,
because that 25-year-old intern that was trusted by one of the smartest men in the world was probably more qualified than anybody else in that building to do it.
Maybe.
I mean,
hopefully.
That's the hope. I mean, that's the hope. I mean, but that's the only logical conclusion. I mean, that
Musk is kind of a troll, and he likes to think outside the box and do things off the cuff. So he could. Yeah. I don't put it out of the realm of possibility to hire somebody that's not completely qualified for the job, but because they
I also imagine that the first 10 or 11 people that he took in there were picked way ahead of time, and I'm sure
I bet one of their variables is because they're young, they're willing to live in the office with him and put in the hours and not punch out after an 8-hour shift. And that's the kind of thing that
you're also talking about kids that graduated more recently and therefore are more up to date on the most recent tech and tricks. So when you're competing against other countries in this regard, who do you want with you? The newest and the brightest. Now that's not, I mean, there's old texts that keep up to date, but how many engineers or doctors have you ever come across that seem like they haven't picked up a medical journal or, you know, a scientific monthly in years and years? So I mean, it's all relative, and there's too much unknown to even do anything more than speculate.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna hop back on the video, dude. Here we go.
Thankfully, they were shut down in the court system, but Musk has installed, with the president's blessing, one of his Silicon Valley buddies, who I want to point out, in which the media has not paid a lot of attention to, is the CEO of a private IT company, including Citrix, that has millions of dollars in IT contracts with the federal government. And not only is he still operating as the installed DOGE person at Treasury, he's actively still the CEO of this private company. How is that even legal? Is it legal? I don't think it's legal, because the federal court is trying to shut this down. We also know that that 25-year-old software engineer, in violation of the court order, was actually given access to modify the code. So what is going on here? And why is this such a threat to the American people? Why are thousands of people calling us? It's because of the size and the significance of these payments, because it is an invasion of the privacy and security of the American people, because it could threaten our ability as a country if there was a default in the debt ceiling, and because it contains highly classified information that our foreign adversaries are trying to cyber attack us regularly for. So why is a private citizen being given access to this system? We know they're trying to shut down payments. They're trying to shut down agencies. What's next? Are they going to shut down your Social Security payments? We don't know, because they have no oversight, and Elon Musk will not come in front of this committee. And in fact, the Treasury folks are saying this is the biggest insider threat they've ever seen in the history of the agency.
If Elon Musk came into this meeting, we may have said this, we said this earlier, I just can't remember if it was live or not, but if Elon Musk came into this meeting himself, it would have turned into a circus. Nothing would have, even less would have been discussed than already was. Yeah. And it would have accomplished nothing. It would have been.
I think he probably will at some point. I think that there's going to be a point where there's some common ground found and some work starts getting done. I think as the population sees positive change, and kind of forces both sides to get along.
I that is my strong suspicion as well. That is my belief. Yeah. That's not just my hope. That is my belief for the first time in a long time, and I will keep saying that, just to keep saying it, because it's a profound feeling. Like I'm not many things affect me on a profound level anymore. You know, I grew up during the towards the end of the Cold War and on into everything in the Middle East myself. So I've been fed, you know, the military industrial complex propaganda my whole life. Now, how much of that was really true, how I am scared at this point to venture a guess. And honestly, even if I tried to, I doubt I could wrap my brain around that large of a concept, because that just involves so many different variables around the world and how it would impact the world. That is just, anyway. Okay, do you have anything to add, bro?
No.
All right. I have a tendency to ramble. I apologize, folks. So here we are.
So we are sounding the alarm. And no matter how many executive orders that Donald Trump signs or how many tweets that the VP sends, you cannot rewrite the Constitution, and we are going to hold you to account. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields, and I now recognize, oh, yes.
I have 3 documents I want to submit for the record. The first document is the Constitution, Article 2. I would like to submit that for the record. That clearly spells out the president's authority. I would also like to submit for the record 5 U.S. Code 3161, the employment compensation of employees, which clearly spells out his authority to create DOGE. And then I want to submit for the record the executive order that Trump issued on January 20th of 2025, establishing DOGE officially.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for hosting this committee. If we've learned anything.
Okay, I just want to pause it for one more second.
His tie bothers you?
His tie. The guy before this was okay.
Who made you a passion cop? Jeez.
The guy before this, I don't have the best taste in the world. These are our representatives, and look at that tie. It looks like it's some kind of salmon or something. Like, look at the fish scales.
What do you want him to wear? Just a normal red tie so we can identify him as a Republican side of the aisle? Like, he's wearing a tie, man.
Dude, solid color ties are legit the best. Everybody knows this. And
everybody on the Republican side has their 400 red ties, and everyone on the Democratic side.
No. There's a difference. They just do the red, white, and blue between the shirt, the tie, and the tux. That's all they do. As a jacket, that's all they do. Anyway, I want to shut up, what the F up about this and continue.
So far, it's that Republicans want to cut waste, fraud, and abuse from our federal government and save taxpayer dollars. And Democrats want to grandstand and play politics. We can see right now, even of the 6 Democrats on this committee, only 1 can even be bothered to stay for the duration of this hearing. All we've heard about for most of this hearing from the other side of the aisle is Elon Musk, unelected bureaucrat. And I'd like to ask if Democrats really care about unelected bureaucrats making decisions over our lives, where were they whenever their god Anthony Fauci was forcing vaccine and mask mandates on the American people for 4 years during the COVID crisis? Where were they whenever unelected Alejandro Mayorkas was facilitating the invasion of our country by illegal aliens who were murdering and raping and pillaging our people? Where were they whenever the Secretary of Education, unelected
I want to hear
Cardona,
that again.
targeted states and
3161
who were murdering? And I'd like to ask if Democrats really care about unelected bureaucrats making decisions over our lives, where were they whenever their god Anthony Fauci was forcing vaccine and mask mandates on the American people for 4 years during the COVID crisis? Where were they whenever unelected Alejandro Mayorkas was facilitating the invasion of our country by illegal aliens who were murdering and raping and pillaging our people? Where were they whenever the Secretary of Education, unelected Cardona, targeted states and schools and people who were disagreed with his view of the radical left's transgender ideology? Where were they whenever Gary Gensler, former chairman of the SEC, also unelected, was lawlessly thwarting the development of financial markets, particularly in the crypto space, by lawlessly pursuing regulation via enforcement? They were nowhere to be seen because they don't care, because all of those things benefited their side of the aisle at the expense of ours. And perhaps that's also why they don't seem to be very interested in rooting out improper payments from our federal government. If you wonder why so many people are cynical about American politics, this is it. This is exactly why. The reality is that Elon Musk serves as an employee of the president, and we were given a massive mandate to carry out what he's been doing. His job is to carry out the will of the American people as expressed through the executive. That's exactly how the Constitution is supposed to work. The Constitution did not create an unelected, unaccountable fourth branch of government in the administrative state. The American people know this. My colleague Brian Jack discussed some of the opinion polls recently. We're doing, and President Trump is doing exactly what he was elected to do. And that's why he's polling at a 53% approval rating, higher than he was at any point during his first administration. Even Elon Musk and his DOGE efforts now are polling at a 49% approval rating, which, just to point out, is 16 points higher than President Biden was polling at whenever he finished his term in office. The Democrat Party has for decades systematically grown and weaponized the administrative state against the American people, and the American people have had enough of it. Right now, we're talking about $2.7 trillion in improper payments since 2003. We're uncovering what could be the biggest money laundering scandal in American history. And the other side of the aisle could care less. They have no concern about where this money went, to what entities it went, to what governments, to what people or groups, nothing. All they want to talk about is Elon Musk incessantly. So it does make me wonder, if they don't care about where it's going, do they have an idea? Because what we've uncovered so far is that so much of the waste, fraud, and abuse of our federal government is actually funding their side of the aisle. It's funding media outlets that are running cover for Democrats routinely. The NPR, PBS, the BBC, Politico. It's going to fund left-wing NGOs that are facilitating the invasion of our country. It's going to fund left-wing transgender activism and sex changes all over the globe. This is money that's being used, taken from the American people and used.
You cut out. What's up?
I think that's the video itself.
I'm very, very excited to be on this committee. I'm excited.
One moment.
Don't.
But there are some. And what you need is data.
A bipartisan cornerstone.
Right, Carmen.
Use that because it.
And people who were disagreed with his view of the radical left's transgender ideology. Exactly why. Even Elon, we've uncovered so far is that so much of the waste, fraud, and abuse of our federal government is actually funding their side of the aisle. It's funding media outlets that are running cover for Democrats routinely. The polling at whenever he finished his term, to what governments, to what people or groups, nothing. All they want to talk about is Elon Musk incessantly.
I can fix it.
So it does make me wonder, if they don't care about where it's going, do they have an idea? Because what we've uncovered so far is that so much of the waste, fraud, and abuse of our federal government is actually funding their side of the aisle. It's funding media outlets that are running cover for Democrats routinely. The NPR, PBS, the BBC, Politico. It's going to fund left-wing NGOs that are facilitating the invasion of our country. It's going to fund left-wing transgender activism and sex changes all over the globe. This is money that's being used, taken from the American people and used.
That's the exact same spot. My guess is
I'm very excited to be on this committee. I'm excited
should fix itself.
To expose what's being going on. Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I yield.
Yeah.
The gentleman yields. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses again for their testimonies today. I now yield to the ranking member for closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Well, I never thought.
we didn't talk about what that guy just said. I don't really want to go too much into anything he said specifically because he kind of bounced around between 50 different topics. I agree with some of the things he said, but I did not feel comfortable with the way he made his points.
The tit for tat accusatory speak, yeah. I mean, he's trying to imply hypocrisy, which may be founded in some ways, but it's came across as just attacking and then accusatory, and then just straight up like you're only complaining because we're pulling your funding is what he was kind of ending on, which is pretty big to say.
Yeah, I just not quite sure about that guy. I'm gonna leave it at that, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
So many conspiracy theories and wild accusations could be wound into one 5-minute speech, but I appreciate my friends across the aisle. First of all, let's talk about this massive mandate that supposedly brought Donald Trump into office. Donald Trump did not run on putting an unelected billionaire in charge of dismantling the federal government. He ran
That's a wild thing to
on
say.
lowering prices for
This
Actually,
part, I was so
actually,
bad when we
lady,
started
lady, that's pretty much what won him the election.
Yeah, she's so out of touch with this one. That's 100%. Like, it's not his sole thing that he ran for, but it was absolutely a massive part of his campaign.
It was okay. It
It's
was
ridiculous that she pulls that out like
a
this.
lot of people, including maybe myself, probably myself, think that was the final push that made him unable to lose.
I mean, him adding Tulsi, RFK, and Musk were massive wins for his campaign.
Yeah, but Musk was
going on the Rogan thing was huge. Like, there's a lot of
the Rogan thing too. But I think the Musk was the individual. I think that was the number one individual thing. Everything else was certainly huge.
I mean, it's all in concert. It's hard to say for sure if he only added Musk to his campaign, if it would have tipped the scale to that point.
I don't know.
May have. You might be right, but I think it was
like Musk. Okay, let's put it in terms. Musk was the main booster. Everybody else were just the little boosters around the out. Okay, the medium-sized boosters around the outside, helping propel the rocket into space. So that's pretty much how I see it.
To me, and I can only speak for my own personal experience, but for me, it was a turning point where I still didn't vote for him, but I was able to say, okay, maybe he actually gets it and he's going to surround himself with people that actually give a shit and want change this time around. And it gave me a little bit of hope of like, I don't want him to fail. I want him to succeed because I want him to succeed in the mission of protecting the American people and giving us a government that works for us. I don't want him to succeed in ulterior motives, if there are any, but I want him to succeed as a president for the people. And
there are always ulterior motives, but so far from what I've seen, his ulterior motives have been a means to an ends, and those ends so far seem to be heavily weighted towards the benefit of mankind as a whole. And until I see otherwise, I mean, sure, his morals are questionable, but he just knows that money is power. You cannot affect great change without power. And we just have, now the question is, can we trust him with that power? And that is the big question. And all the evidence so far says yes, unless everybody around him is a good liar. But every single person that I saw sworn in so far seemed passionate, and they seemed to have a fire in their belly, unlike anything I have seen on such a large scale in my lifetime. And it's the wave of optimism isn't just for us, it's like spreading throughout the world. I think our overall opinion of us worldwide is actually slowly improving. Not very much yet, but I think it's trending upwards very, very slowly. But anyway, I'm going to shut the hell. I went off on a tangent there, and I apologize.
Yeah, she shouldn't have said that in that way, like completely dismissing the last 2 months of his. Like, the other piece that's frustrating for me when Dems do this shit is Trump had to 180 his campaign from this is easy because Biden's not cognitively capable of running the country anymore to now I have to counter and run against somebody who is cognitively capable. Maybe not the right person, but cognitively capable.
I agree
So,
with that, but
of
it's
course
not
he's
just the
gonna flex
Dems.
on that.
It's everybody in his circle. Everybody that he has influence over has to do that. Not just Dems. There's Republicans in that category too, dude.
No, but them not. My point in saying that is that they don't seem to recognize that. They talk like he brought it up as though "woe is me, I shouldn't have to do this," and that was kind of weak. But he did it and successfully, and they don't acknowledge that, and it's frustrating because that's one of the reasons that they lost.
Well, they're
is
probably
that they wouldn't
fearing
acknowledge that.
they're probably either fearing reprisal or they have their own individual knowledge of how he is going to treat them, because I don't know, he's not going to want to rock the boat too much. Do you think he's going to want to have as little drama out of Washington as possible to prove that they're stable? So, I mean, I don't see hopefully we won't see many grudges and vendettas carried out. Vendetta is a horrible
I mean, the
word.
Dems would argue that it already has, but I got you.
Well, okay, but you have to weigh that against the people that deserve to get kicked out for the fraud in the first place, which is a massive conspiracy. And the numbers may sound large, but when you compare those numbers to the number of federal employees that actually exist, it's not that big. So anyway, I'd really like to finish this up. We've already gone way over what I planned, and so all right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Americans. And I think it's interesting that while we're sitting here this morning, the top of the New York Times is reporting that inflation has risen unexpectedly as food and energy prices have soared. What's going on, guys? I thought you were going to tackle inflation and food and energy prices. Isn't that what the executive orders were supposed to do? Oh,
I have to comment on this too. Okay, lady. Okay, lady. I'm speaking straight to you now, and I want you to think very carefully about what I'm about to say. When you sign something into law and it goes into effect, there is a delay between when you sign it and when you get the money.
Are you mansplaining to her right now, dude?
Yes, because it is obviously necessary, because
she knows that, man. She's trying to.
I don't care. That's how she's trying. That's how she's trying to present it to the rest of the country, and it's so disingenuous.
The rest of the population is not that stupid, but yeah.
No, but it's how she's coming off. I don't claim to be like a highly intelligent person. I just, it hit me. I mean, the last 2 comments she made, like, hit me in the face like a baseball bat.
As a Democrat, it makes me feel like she thinks I'm dumb and that I should be like, yeah, the economy should be fixed by now. It's like, no. There are many variables that affect our economy, and honestly, it kind of checks out in the sense that if true efficiency is on the horizon, there is going to be a smash and grab for every last little bit that they can get before all that happens. And the uncertainty with tariffs, that's going to cause fluctuations in prices, and companies are going to be like, well, let's charge as much as we can and get as much as we can out of the population before settlement happens. So
I still
there's so
don't
many variables that
I still don't fully understand how tariffs. I approximately I have a vague idea of how tariffs work, but it seems like the way we're headed, tariffs are just going to be used to enforce order, hopefully, and that's probably not entirely the most accurate way of stating it, but it's the best one I can come up with off the top of my head, is that tariffs and trying to balance the world economy is going to be the easiest way to keep people happy across the world. And then we can move from there. Maybe then we'll come across a worldwide currency, which is a whole nother story that's going on right now. But either way, I'm still trying to be an optimist still and hope that we're moving in a positive direction that's going to lead to the immortality of mankind, whatever that means. But, yeah. Do you have anything else to add at the moment?
not without turning it into another hour of conversation, so no worries.
Well, this is why I had you here, man. I needed you to bounce shit off of. All right, here we go.
Oh, wait. Or is dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion in our federal agencies and putting an ideological agenda and trying to fire the federal workforce your actual agenda? Have you been too busy trying to actually address the fiscal health of this country? Because the numbers are telling us that you have. So let's be real about what's going on here. I also want to point.
It's, I don't know.
Hold on. If you've been too busy to address the financial instability because the numbers are out and you have, it's the way she phrased that made it sound like she was saying, yeah, you've been focusing on the economy. That's not what she meant, and that was not her intent, but that's how it sounded. And it was when I heard that the first time, I was like, wait, did she just agree with him and say that he was doing stuff on the economy? Just goofy.
I'm starting to think she might have skipped this public speaking class in college because she's obviously intelligent, but
I don't think she's a bad public speaker. I would have been awkward and fumbling all over myself if I had to sit there and even in a small group of peers, I would have been like,
only at first.
I'm not going to throw any shade on that.
You're extremely personable. You would just need experience.
You haven't seen me in public, man. I'm awkward as fuck.
Well, that's because you don't get consistent exposure. That's too much personal info. But anyway, all right, can I hit play yet?
Yeah.
Point out that literally while we've been sitting here for the last almost 2 hours getting lectured on fiscal responsibility, literally the Republicans just released their plan to raise the debt limit while we were sitting here, and they want to raise it by $4 trillion. Okay, guys, like literally, I'm just
That's
like,
literally too much.
Inflation is going up. You want to raise the debt ceiling by $4 trillion. You want to gut Medicare. You want to gut Medicaid. You're talking about going after.
Okay, serious question. You're better at economics than me. If they cut the deficit by $1 trillion, will raising the debt, how will raising the debt affect that?
Congress raises the debt ceiling every 3 months. That's why there's always breaking news. Congress is 1 day from shutting down the federal government, blah, blah, blah. Lawmakers are coming together to try to find a bill that can increase the debt ceiling. And
but if we cuss our,
that's been our reality for the past decade. So her saying that as though it's some new thing is ridiculous. The amount, I don't know if that's a normal amount based on the insane increases that have been happening. But I think the purpose of that probably is to not hit a default point. But like that guy said a couple hours ago, if we're actually 9 trillion away from that limit where our income can't match with interest the expenses, then this crazy breakneck speed has to happen, or that's going to be a massive catastrophe for the US dollar and the rest of the world economy from that. So she's piecemealing it as though it's like some big new Republican thing that, oh my God, the hypocrisy, but this is standard in our government. This is how it's been happening for the past 15 years. It's like every 3 months they reconvene to raise the debt limits so the government doesn't shut down. And ideally, we'll get to a point where the spending isn't insane, where it is efficient and it doesn't have to happen anymore, and we can actually start paying it down. That's the goal, which should happen.
So something they've been seeming to not, something it just kind of seems like they've been wanting to say towards the end of every conversation about this topic is that soon we may no longer even have a deficit. We may actually be in a profit.
I mean, Musk has said that a couple of times that that's the goal, is to get to a point where there's not a deficit and there is a profit. And Trump talks about that with his, it's not retaliatory tariffs, but I forget the term, but it's the ones that, like, if someone gives us a tariff, then we just match that same amount.
Reciprocal.
Yeah. So the idea behind that is that potentially the United States starts bringing more jobs back, bringing more manufacturing back, which allows us to sell more to the rest of the world instead of buying everything that we need, and allows for more jobs to be had for people that are paying more taxes. So the income increases, more tariffs for countries to give us tariffs. So the income increases, which it should, but it doesn't always work out that way because companies just rebalance and it ends up being back on purchaser, not the actual company. Like they're not going to lower their bottom line and we just pay more for this shit. But ideally, it'll get to a point where our income outweighs our expenses and we start going down in our debt.
I just had that thought and I wanted to pursue it because I thought it was relevant to the end of the. I thought it was relevant.
That's ultimately the goal, is to be out of debt and have a surplus.
Yeah. All right, let's finish up this video real quick.
Social Security after promising that you wouldn't.
She keeps giving us so much ammo.
What is going on here? We're not trying to take down Elon Musk as a businessman. This dude is literally breaking the law inside of the federal government. And for a party that is supposed to be the party of law and order, in quotes, I really do not see you holding him accountable and doing your most basic constitutional responsibility in the separation of powers. So I want to end where I started. We are the Oversight Committee. We are the People's House for the United States of America. We represent the American people. And so, Mr. Elon Musk, if you would like to appear in front of the
We
Oversight
are the
Committee,
people that
you
let
have
it
been
happen,
duly
and
invited.
we are now
Please
scared
come tell us what you're doing. Come testify in front of the
for
American
one reason
people,
or another.
and please come.
I mean, she's right in that statement, man. The Oversight Committee, they need to
The gentle lady
oversee.
yield for rain.
But when you're going into audit a system and you want to completely prevent tampering, then that means that you have to limit the amount of access that previous.
No, I'm not arguing that at all, man. I'm not saying.
Okay. All right.
I'm just saying that that statement needs to be the foundation of this committee, and it hasn't been on both sides.
Okay.
It's very much the right's like, they're doing a great job, let them keep going. The left's like, actually, they're not. They're breaking the law. Where the reality is what's important, but nobody knows other than legal scholars that are looking into it. But it needs to be reminded that this committee is an oversight committee to ensure that things are done properly, not cheer squad or a hate squad. Hit play is fine.
Yeah, let's wrap
and
this up.
unaccountable bureaucracy
We're
in
nearing
Washington
the
and to
outro
wage
anyway,
war on waste.
in a way.
I know that because I campaigned alongside him, and so did my colleagues. This hearing was the first battle of that war. And in the coming days, the subcommittee will release a report with legislative solutions to the problems we have identified here today. We aren't going to wait all the way until the end of this Congress. We're going to get to work immediately. The bureaucrats who have run Washington for decades are beyond the point of forgiveness. Their sheer incompetence and pure spite for the hardworking American people have resulted in total failure. The federal government has made over $2.7 trillion in improper payments since 2003, including $236 billion in 2023 alone. Those are trillions of dollars that honest Americans have paid in taxes at gunpoint over the years. As we approach April 15th, Americans are once again preparing to do their taxes and fork over their unfair share of money it takes to run this country. And I have to tell you, the American people have not been getting their money's worth for a long time. Most improper payments in recent years were issued through 5 programs: Medicare, Medicaid, the Earned Income Tax Credit, Pandemic Unemployment Insurance, and the Paycheck Protection Program. But a total of 16 federal programs had improper payment rates of 10% or more in 2023. That includes SNAP, the federal food stamp program, which paid out 10 billion taxpayer dollars improperly. To get their arms around this problem, Elon Musk and the DOGE team went straight to the source. They went to the Treasury Department's Fiscal Service, which makes about 90% of the trillions in federal payments issued annually. The audit of these payment systems was long overdue. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent gave DOGE employees working for the government read-only access to these systems so they could conduct that initial audit. That audit is already paying dividends. Musk learned that the databases federal agencies are supposed to check to prevent payments to fraudsters, crime rings, and dead people are not being kept up to date. Going forward, we are going to get more mileage out of these do not pay databases. That means fewer improper payments and less fraud and waste of taxpayer dollars. Despite this fraud that's already been revealed, a federal judge in New York issued a ruling last Friday that ran totally contrary to the will of the people. The judge blocked not only DOGE, but the Treasury Secretary himself from accessing his own agency's payment systems. That's absurd. Only career Treasury Department unelected bureaucrats can access the system, the judge ruled. This turns the Constitution on its head. We will hold this judge and others who try to stop the will of the people and their elected leaders accountable. As is written in the Federalist Papers, the judiciary has no influence over either the sword or the purse, no direction either of the strength or the wealth of the society. It may truly be said to have neither force nor will, but merely judgment, and must ultimately depend upon the aid of the executive arm for the efficacy of its judgments. But the whole DC swamp is freaking out that the unelected officials from DOGE were allowed access to these systems. That makes no sense. Federal judges were not elected. The Treasury bureaucrats were not elected, and they have failed to fix the problem that is enabling American taxpayers to be robbed. So why not bring in skilled outside experts like private companies and private citizens who are successful in the real world to do everyday work that we need to get done here, like audits? Of course, federal payment systems are only one link in the improper payment chain. We need to look at other links in the chain. We need better front-end identify verification to screen out fraudsters, and we need to close eligibility loopholes. That means not letting applicants self-attest to their own eligibility. And it means ending categorical eligibility, which lets someone who fraudulently qualifies for one federal benefit automatically get other federal benefits. Finally, We need to do better. We need to better coordinate fraud prevention efforts between federal governments and the states. These are all issues that we will be taking a hard look at in this committee and coming up with solutions to, including legislation and referrals to committees of jurisdiction that will deliver for the American people.
All right, my man.
TBD.
Thank you very much for helping me through that, man.
Yeah, no worries, man. Got some interesting conversations out of it.
Hey, it's Boars again, and first of all, I just want to thank you for suffering through that incredibly long video. Once again, I just want to stress, I felt like it was important to not chop it up into tiny little bits because I felt like that would be dishonoring the memory of the moment. And I just want to thank you for sticking around. But if I can talk even half of you into humoring me and hearing the rest of what I have to say, I will consider it the biggest win of my life to date. Because I believe in this pivotal moment and think we should all speak with the seriousness this subject demands. For DOGE isn't merely unsettling America, it's reverberating across the world. A force inviting us all to rise with renewed purpose. The Department of Government Efficiency, launched by President Trump and Elon Musk, has unleashed a transformative upheaval in how the United States government will function. From these moments that are piling up, from the tiny little ones to the gigantic, mind-blowing announcements. But when we ask if the services that are being questioned are truly effective, we must consider whether the mass layoffs, budget cuts, and though terrifying, are those necessary for progress? I think they might be. I don't know yet, but I think they might be. And we'll go into discussing the people that affects more in a moment. I want to stay on script at least a little bit here. But the implications of DOGE stretch beyond our borders, stirring unease in global coalitions and vulnerable nations relying on American partnerships. Workers worldwide, diplomats, aid workers, scientists, they're all bracing for a fallout as DOGE reshapes international systems. Their livelihoods and communities are trembling under the abysmal uncertainty of the situation. Excuse me one moment. It's a dramatic planetary reality. It's like a storm gathering over our Earth that we share that's threatening to, engulf the entire planet. But if we summon just a little clarity and critical thinking and try to break out of the 10-second attention span of today and engage our minds with purpose and start truly paying attention,
I believe that there is a prismatic beacon of hope that is already piercing this darkness, lighting our path forward in a spectrum of colors that the vast majority of our minds have yet to experience. But at the same time, couldn't possibly be more excited to do so. I believe that beneath the tumult, for lack of a better word off the top of my head, of the noise of random points of interest, lies a framework of promise that is shining brightly. This initiative targets wasteful federal spending. This is true. But it feels to me, at least, that the media are about to crash into things like Big Pharma or the insurance rackets will be something that will have a profound impact on the daily lives of everyone around the globe, not just the United States. No, but around the globe. And one of my hopes is that the people working at DOGE work with as little greed in their hearts as they continue, not just the people at DOGE, the people that in the newly created spaces meant to make this world a better place, and the old ones that will remain that were never corrupt in the first place, and where people were already doing good work that was most likely being vastly underutilized and underappreciated. But I hope DOGE continues to streamline operations and help unleash resources for innovation, potentially stabilizing financial policies that ripple globally, freeing capital for urgent, inspiring challenges. Like, I'm sorry, one moment. Challenges like climate action. And that's a whole nother topic. Pandemic resilience. I mean, education. I mean, what is actually going on, you know? Not just what do they want us to hear. And imagine having us return to being an explorer species. It's a visionary leap, and if guided with wisdom and tempered with true empathy, which sadly is a trait people are rarely born with. It cannot be taught, only encouraged. It is also very much a case-by-case basis. So if the person next to you seems grumpy for no obvious reason, perhaps give them the benefit of the doubt until you feel they need to do otherwise. Little things like that could elevate not just America, but humanity. Imagine pruning a giant tree to unleash its full vibrant potential for a thriving global ecosystem. This isn't blind faith. It's optimistic assessment. And I'm rooting it in the hearings, early strides towards an efficient, interconnected, and hopeful world. But we cannot rest on that promise. We must elevate our hearts and minds to confront the human toll, where our focus must burn with resolve. And this is one of the biggest points I want to make before we wrap things up. There will be an inevitable wave of people caught up in this global tempest of change. And we must fix our gaze solely, not solely, that's not the right word, unwaveringly upon them. Many of these people will be innocents, souls dedicating their lives to help the world over, who never deserved to be swept away. I'm thinking of educators pouring their lives into young minds, and engineers out there trying to make this world more efficient, sustainable, and efficient. Caregivers and those involved with humanitarian work, lifting vulnerable people across every continent on their shoulders as best as their circumstances will allow. They aren't the waste DOGE seeks to eliminate, but they risk being cast aside. Their livelihoods shattered by a system that might prioritize efficiency over equity. But it's a risk we can hope to virtually eliminate with precision, compassion, ensuring no innocent people from any nation are sacrificed to expediency. I believe that with optimism, we can turn this challenge into an opportunity to uplift everyone. And by observing their contributions for a brighter global future with cautious and informed optimism. But that is just my own personal thought process. I am a perpetual optimist to the point of driving those around me crazy. But that's how I choose to see the world. I welcome all rational and concise conversation. But there's also another reality that seems as if it is a dimension away, and is a topic we should not and cannot ignore. There are those who deserve a second chance, whose past struggles harmed only themselves and not others, and have found purpose in new roles that contribute to global stability. And we must advocate for them, ensuring DOGE's reforms preserve their chance to flourish under a digital canopy where leaves rustle with hope, not despair, lighting a path to redemption across every continent. Excuse me, one more moment. But then there is something that must be dealt with as humanely as possible. And it pains us that there exists in this world evil without redemption, an evil we must confront. Though it looms, I'm sorry, that wounds those with any level of true empathy. It's a harsh truth, casting a shadow over our vision, and we can't turn away. Corrupt, destructive forces threaten our global community. And not just DOGE's mission, but I believe the world that most of us desire can address this head on with the same resolve we employ to protect the innocent. And though it breaks our hearts sometimes to enforce extreme measures upon this evil, it is necessary. But I believe and I know I've been harping on this word over and over, but I believe it is something that can change the world, and that word is empathy. And wouldn't it be something if we encouraged empathy in schools as much as possible? I mean, imagine the repercussions about that. So let us commit to this serious, inspired engagement, not merely celebrating DOGE's potential, but holding it accountable for its influences upon the world's population, culture, and future. Let us analyze the data, question the vision, and demand justice for those innocents and second chancers caught up in this whirlwind. While still, at the same time, facing the unpredictable evil which demands action. We can champion efficiency without forsaking humanity. Innovation without inflicting injustice elsewhere in the world, and righteousness without losing compassion. I apologize for the long pauses. But we could build a world that is brimming with possibility. I mean, envision a future where the changes feel like a steady, exhilarating wind, clearing the path forward while cradling those it touches instead of destroying them, where literally no one is left behind, or as few as possible, because there will be casualties, unfortunately. Every life matters. And in this almost always dark and uncertain web that we all inhabit, and where we confront darkness with courage that one would use to nurture a tiny little light to make it brighter, more hopeful. My goal is to turn that tiny little light into a hopeful new dawn. But I believe that's the world we can build, with clear minds and courageous hearts, standing together under the rustling leaves of a new, shared, and radiant future. My name is Borsakar, and I welcome conversations. Thank you very much for being here.